Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series, where Group C is about to get underway. One player has already made it through to finals night. That was David Evans. 3 players dropped into this group, and we've got 3 more joining us. Here is who is in action today. Former PDC pro Kevin Dowling returns to the Super Series after narrowly missing out on making finals night last time he was here. Can he finish the job this time around? Reece Colley came close to producing perfection on the live lounge stage. He missed double 12 for the 9-darter. How close can Colley come this week? Justin Hood is a former weekly winner in Portsmouth. Will Happy Feet be dancing through to finals night again? Mario Robb went from starting slowly to spectacular stuff in Group A. He joins Group C after winning 4 of his last 5. It's been hit and miss from Mike Huntley. The Welshman will be relieved of the rest, the refresh, and looking forward to restarting his campaign after finishing bottom of Group A. While Wolfie Martin Adams resumes his hunt for a return to finals night, the 3-time world champion is always a real contender. Yeah, Martin Adams trying to be the last to fill the Champions Week field if he does win this week. And Laura Turner's with us for the first time this week. Welcome, Laura. Last chance for qualifying. In 3 days, we'll know the field for Champions Week. What does that do to the players' mindsets coming into the next few days?
Yeah, it must play on their mind because obviously, you know, we have seen the return of a couple of players this week for that very last opportunity. So, yeah, I think it can be one of those things that can play on your mind. But at the moment, you know, especially with the Group C and Group B starting off, they just need to focus on just getting through and making finals night. That's stage 1. Then I think the real pressure is going to be, you know, showing.
Well, one player's already done that. If we take a look at the story of the week so far, David Evans, a Group A winner, a very good one, record equaling Group A winner as well. But your eyes have to be drawn to that Group B, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's outstanding, isn't it? I mean, Fallon, you've got Steve West coming back down, Lauby, another weekly winner, Robert Thornton, and obviously Schroeder as well, who was very impressive in Group A. So I can't pick one from that. I mean, we could try and pick 3, and I still think that might be hard.
Yeah, more on Group C now as we look at the betting for this group. And interestingly, Justin Hood has won a week before himself. But Martin Adams at 3-1 second favourite compared to, say, Mario Robb at 9-1, Mike Huntley at 14-1. There might be a little bit of value out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Mario won 4 out of his last 5 matches coming into Group C today. You know, Justin, as you say, proven winner, but Martin Adams as well. You know, he's warming up to it. He's got good presence. He's just such an amazing player. He's an absolute legend of the game. So I can kind of understand it. But yeah, I think there might be a bit of value a bit down the table.
Yeah, seen the best and worst of him this week, but a couple of days to try and crash the party really at finals night and Champions Week. Let's have a look at what the punters have been thinking in this group with the bet builder all put together in a nice little treble. Just over 3-1 this one. Justin Hood to beat Mike Huntley. Also at the bottom there, Reece Colley to beat Mike Huntley. So the punters opposing him, and then Colley in the middle to hit just 180 at least against Martin Adams. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, seems like a very sensible bet. Obviously, we haven't quite seen the best of Huntley yet. I do think there should be more to come based on what we've seen away from this. But, you know, just hasn't perhaps come here with a lot of positivity. He seems a little bit inconsistent up there. So I can understand the bet. But, you know, there's always a chance for an upset.
How soon in Group B do you have to sort of get going? It's Kev Dowling against Mike Huntley in the first match in this group. How important are these early fixtures in these shorter groups? Yeah,
I mean, they're all, you know, I think they're all important, especially in Group B. But you have got 3 spots out of 5, so you can afford to make a couple of mistakes. We have seen players kind of lose their first 2 and 3 and then come back, but then you're putting yourself under more pressure. So I think these early rounds just settle down for the players, you know, deal with the nerves if there are any. And yeah, but I do think it's very important to get those first few wins under your belt.
Right, let's get it going, shall we? Laura's going to head down to commentary where Glenn Durrant is waiting. The first match is Kevin Dowling against Michael Huntley.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris, Laura, and welcome and good afternoon. It's the MODUS Super Series Group C day, and for the man in your picture, Mike Huntley, I think he'd be absolutely delighted to walk in and see a league table where everything has been reset. All players are now on 0 points because his Group A campaign sort of flattered to deceive a little bit. I mean, Mike has come here in really good form. I think he had very high expectations. He's doing very, very nicely on the World Seniors Tour and on the ranking table is sat there in number 1. against Kevin Dowling, one of the nicest men you will ever meet in darts. A fantastic guy. Absolutely loves his darts. At 58-year-old, who also plays in the World Seniors alongside Mike Huntley as well. But it has a real flavour of the over 50s in this game. But for Mike Huntley, his score, it was more his demeanour that disappointed me over the past few days.
Kevin to throw first.
If he has reflected and looked back, and it will be expertly refereed by Charlie Costafine. But it's Kevin who will open up proceedings. He's playing his first game of the week.
$85.
And I'm delighted to be joined by Laura Turner. And Laura, Mike Huntley this
59.
week. He did finish in bottom place in Group A, but did come in here in really good form, winning a lot of ADC competitions in Wales, sat top of the table in the World Seniors, but really flattered to deceive
100.
this week. And I just felt he just needs to put a bit more positivity in himself when he's playing, because I think he's a lot better. And last time I was here, Laura, he finished his group campaign bottom of the table. After day one in Group C, he was top in the table. I wonder if that's on his mind and can he replicate that again?
Yeah, I have to completely agree with you. I
41.
think you have to have that right mindset, but you've got to think to yourself, it's easy for me to sit here and say it, but Group A's done. You can draw a line under that. This is a new day, this is a new group and a new opportunity. And as you say, if he can replicate what we've seen him do outside of the Super Series, then he's going to be a handful
56.
for anyone. And as I said upstairs, I think those bets, they may be a bit banana skins for a couple of people.
I thought he was value for money of 14-1 because on Monday he was someone I thought had a really good chance this week. And good board management there from Kev. Sometimes you can be a little bit blinded in your first game, but when you're sat in 2-7-5 and you do find that treble, it is important to set yourself up with a finish. And there's no better settler, Laura,
Kevin,
than
you
the big
require
fish.
170.
It will be definitely a statement, a way to... Needs the ball.
130.
Well, if you're going to miss, I guess that's not the worst one.
Yeah, Kev, you should have gone for that rather than laying up. And the reason being, it was such a good marker. In his eye line, he looked at that treble 20 because another treble there would have left double 13,
95.
which you won't see
Kevin,
players going for.
40.
Traditionally, the treble 18 would have been the shot as Kev looks at tops. Decent start from both players, but it's Kev Dowling that takes the opening leg. On holder throw with a 17 darter, but much better darts there from Mike Huntley. Like I said, this time there's no head shaking. So I have a feeling that he's got good people around him this week here in Portsmouth, and I think he'll still fancy this game. He's 1-0 down now, but only a holder throw, and job for him now is to do exactly 60. The same what Kev did in that leg.
This, I think, will be quite a telling match. Not necessarily for Kev so much, because this is his first one of the week, but 45. For Michael, I just think potentially if he doesn't get off to a good start, we could see more of that negativity creeping back in.
Just sense he's maybe looked back on a couple of games and realised his mistakes. As I can just tell he's thrown the dart better. He was very jittery, a little bit inconsistent with a throw, not really sure of his confidence. And just looking at that first leg, despite the fact he lost it, and then opening 6 darts in this leg, I think he looks a lot more settled. And I think he fancies his chances against Kev, because in the ranking tables in the seniors, he sat pretty at number 1, and Kevin is in 11th place as well. Smile on the face of Kevin there.
140.
But I think both are enjoying this contest.
Well, you must have had matches like this where you just feel like it's the opportunity you need to take. Both of these players are probably coming into this thinking, right, this is one for me to win. This is a good opener for probably both of them.
Yeah, it's that player who's nice and fresh, and someone who's been playing 3 days. You'll get a lot of those head-to-heads in Group C. You may use the bullseye game with the last. That's sensible because you're leaving a 2-darter.
$43. Michael, you require 96.
Nice little 2-darter. Both players are looking settled. He looks a lot more focused today, does Mike? And glad he wasn't looking and being in the players area when he saw those odds where he was the biggest outsider. That could have been a motivation
47.
for him. Frustrating he missed the big number, however.
Yeah, we see it quite often, don't we? Missing that big number. I think as a player, you're just so used to kind of throwing and expecting it to go in. You can lose that bit of concentration, but not too much harm done.
49.
Well, I'm definitely missed the misery when people and players miss big numbers, because for me it's just more lackadaisical as he looks at double 16.
17.
He thought was in. I thought it was in.
Yeah, and again, although we've got time
100.
in this short format, it does
Michael, you
start to
require
run out,
32.
and pressure again can mount. Really does need to hit it at this visit.
I can just see the focus and determination that face. Double 4, like I said, he doesn't want to spray them about too much.
28.
And like I said, that
Kevin, you
will be the
require
concern, because
97.
Kevin is the type of player. 97, he'll start on the 19s. He's the type of player who can hurt you. He'll move up to the 18s.
57. Michael, you require 4.
Well, double 1.
No score. Kevin, you require 40.
Missed starts for Mike in this leg.
Game shot on the second leg.
Oh, that
Kevin
will hurt.
Dowling.
That will really hurt Mike. It's a real test of his character right now, because he knows it should be 1-1.
Third leg,
Like
it's
I said,
Kevin
he's
to
on the
throw
back of
first.
that.
Game on.
Disappointing Group A campaign. This is a really test of the personality of Mike Huntley. And for Kevin Dowling, he can't believe his luck that he's 2-0 up. He looks nice and settled, does Kev? Just
60.
chatting to him before he arrived. The word that sort of stood out for me in his great reply to a lot of my questions was, right now, Glenn, I'm very inconsistent. Well, he had a lovely 17 darter to open.
42.
Yes, he won the second one in 22 darts, but settled okay.
Yeah, I had a quick look beforehand at Kev being a Warwickshire County player, and the averages is probably
85.
sat roughly where around he is now, around the 75, 76 mark for the season so far. And I think that goes to what you're saying, because we've seen big averages from Kev before, and it's just, like you say, lacking in that consistency. But
25.
in the context of this match, 2-0 up, I think he would have taken that before it started.
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, he's not at his best. Neither player anywhere near the best right now. But you were asked the question on the balcony.
43.
And for me, it's just about these early games. If you can get just 2 points, you then go back to that players area. And it's a huge relief. I do figure for Mike, if he goes back, and that second leg will be on his mind.
100.
He's always got to remember, it is the first of 4 in this one, so there's still plenty of time. However, he needs to break Kevin very early.
60.
Yeah, when he arrived on Monday, you can just
60.
sense that Champions Week is just around the corner. An incredible amount of players, a very cosmopolitan amount of players there. And you
45.
just sense there's something really special. Who will be that final piece of the jigsaw? Who will be the 12th player? Me, I like the look of Daryl Pilgrim. I think he's the main man right now, but a lot of pressure will be on him. He'll be a
40.
big favourite for the week. There's some good players. The guy from the northeast, Rob Grundy, stands out. Anyone for you, Laura?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, especially Pilgrim. He's from our neck of the woods up in Surrey, and just what he's been doing when he's recently beat Michael Smith with a fantastic average on the Players' Championships. But also, you can't really
7.
overlook Conan Whitehead, who's a previous Champions Week champion himself. And then there's those few unknown names that perhaps surprised us from winning a week. So it's what they can do when they get there as well.
Yeah, it is a week where there's a few surprises. Like I said,
100.
great to see maybe one of the Scandinavian players go really deep in the competition as well. But for me, it is at this moment Daryl Pilgrim's to lose. That Rolls Royce throw of his and banging full of confidence and demonstrating all his qualities
Michael, you require
on the
134.
professional tour as well. As Mike Huntley looks at 1-3-4, can't do it. Chance for Dowling for a 3-0 lead.
54. Kevin, you require 61.
Needs double 16.
45.
He's been looking
Michael,
good
you
on his
require
doubles early in this
80.
match. He probably fancied that. The first dart is key here for Mike. Don't drift into the ones or fives. Just stay straight. Give yourself at least a double. He's got that chance.
60. Kevin, you require
Yeah,
16.
more disappointment there for Huntley.
Game show on the third leg.
And Dowling
Kevin
doesn't
Dowling.
return that favour, doesn't give Huntley any more opportunities in that leg. And now 3-0 to the good.
Fourth leg, it's
And
Michael
that
to
is the
throw
telling
first.
fact, isn't it?
Game
3
on.
from 7 for Kev Dowling on the doubles, 0 from 9 for Huntley. And when you've had a bit of a bad campaign, or
100.
just haven't performed to the level that you want to, as soon as things like that start happening, it just plagues your mind.
Yeah, like I said, it's a real test of his character right now. And I always say, you can have all the
100.
skills in the world, and you can be. But sometimes when you're up against it, and listen, if I was on the balcony chatting with Chris earlier and asked the question when he was 14-1, I thought he was excellent value. I really expected Mike to come
41.
out in this game alone and make a real statement to say, forget about that Group A campaign. These are the type of darts I'm playing right now, and this has been an extremely disappointing match for Mike Huntley. And for Kevin, his scoring power hasn't been
13.
tremendous, as demonstrated there. Basically, as Laura said, he's hitting his doubles when given a chance.
Now you just see that little shake of the head creeping in. And I understand why, this is one of the most lonely places in the world on a stage playing darts when it's all not going, in
44.
the right direction for you.
Yeah, totally agree. You're thinking his practice backstage probably went well, and then you get on that stage and you're just thinking of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday again.
100.
As a defence to Mike, he must be knowing that Kevin's nowhere near his best either. And look, we've seen bigger fight backs in the world of dart, and to win 4 straight legs when your opponent's not
100.
playing great is not out the realms of possibility. Just have to keep believing.
$45.
Needs at least 1 treble. There's 1.
100.
That's the
Michael, you
one. Probably
require
wanted,
134.
I thought that second one was going in, but now kind of puts that weight of pressure back on Huntley.
This is good. Double 10. Just double checking with the referee there. Just composing himself.
Game
And
show on the
that is
fourth
his
leg.
best finish
Michael
of the week.
Huntley.
Going into this match, after 3 days, his biggest finish of the week was 88. Hadn't had a 100-plus finish. Really struggling in this game. And then pulls
Fifth
that
leg,
one
it's
through.
Kevin to throw
Sometimes,
first.
Laurie, you
Game
just
on.
need that spark. You just need that little catalyst. Will that 1-3-4 finish there from Mike be the moment?
Yeah, well, I certainly hope for Mike that it will
100.
spur him on. I just say a comeback does have to start somewhere. It's not easy from this position in a race to 4, but hopefully that'll ignite something.
And it's the fact his
85.
opponent isn't pulling down any trees. Let's be honest with you, Kev is way down on where he'd like to be in his game. So that's the positive. But when you're up there, you're not actually thinking like we're chatting right now. And that's because panic is
140.
superseding what the reality is. And then you hear your ton start, ton 40, just when you don't need to. But good response. Excellent response.
180.
The perfect response. Much better from Mike Huntley. And this would do him the world of good, Lord, if he could do this amazing fight back here.
45.
Yeah, and that 180 really has now opened the door. Kev not able to find a treble. And Huntley straight back in.
85.
His 8th 180 of the week was for Mike too in this game so far. Kev's still searching for his first one this week in his opening game. I'm just sensing a real turn of the tide here.
82. Michael, you require 151.
We can't back up the 134 with the 151, but this is good.
93.
Leaves
Kevin,
a
you require
two-darter.
134.
Kev's left the finish. But Mike's just executed. He can't do it. Chance for Mike Huntley here to reduce the deficit to 1.
52. Michael, you require 58.
Don't miss the big number. He doesn't. 2 darts. Double top.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Yeah, just
Michael
needs the
Huntley.
1. And as you were saying, Glenn, was that the turning point? Was that 134 the spark that he needed?
6th leg, it's Michael
Look
to
at the
throw
internal
first.
motivation
Game
there,
on.
the little nod of the head, the little growl. It's not the head shake. He was winning legs yesterday and then shaking his head as well, where it was this time just a little growl to himself. Come on and look at the difference.
140.
Try not to shake your head because all you're doing is subconsciously bringing negativity to your next throw. This is much, much better. Is he going to be favoured for this game? Kev won't panic just yet. 1, he's too experienced.
81.
And 2, he will have the darts in the final leg. But this is good moments for Mike Huntley, and they've been few and far between this week.
100.
Yeah, because the reverse kind of psychology of this is when you're sat 3-0 up and knowing that you only need 1 leg, then just trying to find and pin that very last double, it can be quite difficult. And as someone creeps
45.
back and gets closer and closer to the finishing line, yeah, then your head starts kind of spiraling. I know mine does.
And Kev's will as well. Doesn't matter how experienced, you can see he's deep in thought there because he knows he's nowhere near his best.
140.
And he's watching an opponent now who he's probably been watching on the seniors too, thinking, you know, Mike is playing fantastic darts at the moment, ranked number 1. I'm 3-0 up without being at my best. Panic is setting in with Kev Dowling right now.
40. Michael, you require
14
121.
darter in the last leg for Mike Hunt. He's 1-2-1 points away here from a 12 darter. Doesn't need to go down to 17s, but he does.
25.
Maybe just a little bit of nous there, but maybe he's feeling that good. Another 1-2-1 finish there would have really put the pressure on Kev. And typical, he's his best darts.
Interesting, just as you were saying that, I
99.
saw
Michael, you
Huntley in the
require
background
96.
tapping his head, realised I think didn't have to go that route, but you get caught up in the moment.
It's easy with this mic in your hand. Should stay there for double 8. This is good stuff.
88.
Mustn't panic. Just quickly looks up because he was close to the big 16 there, which would have bust. So he has to see the positives that he's got at least 3 darts at this to make it 3-3.
45. Michael, you require 8.
I like that, Laura. He's just assessing. He's just taking his time, just composing, no panic. Can he execute?
Game shot on the 6th
Yeah, he
leg.
can execute.
Michael Huntley.
Now we do have a level match, and I would have said 3 legs ago I wouldn't have seen this, but that 134, as you say, just
7th
really
and
did
final
ignite
leg. It's
something
Kevin to
under
throw
Huntley.
first. Game on.
Just the perfect gentleman is Kev. Just the respect between the pair of them there as they shook hands at 3-3. For me, the most important 3 darts of the match. He needs a treble. Doesn't
40.
get it. Wild, lateral drift into 5. Chance for Huntley.
$85.
it just has that edginess about it now. Obviously, one's fought back and one's lost a 3-0 lead.
I think whoever loses this game will
121.
be more disappointed than normal. Kevin from 3-0 up. Even just that 5 there from Mike, and when he turns around to see the score of 1-2-1 there from Kev, it's very much in the balance. But you just feel the momentum's with Mike
140.
Huntley at the moment, don't you?
Yeah, indeed. But it just would have been typical for Kev to have maybe found his first
100.
180 at the match there. Didn't quite go, but this is close.
This is where all of a sudden your throw can desert you. Just look at the body movement from Mike. If he can keep that
100.
as solid as he can, because that's been the big difference today. He's been a bit jittery when things weren't going his way. And I tell you what, we're now seeing the best dart from Kev Dowling in this match. Can he just slot one just above that second dart?
100.
No, he can't, but he's in a good position. First to a finish. What can Mike do in this 176?
He needs to adjust.
7.
And that's the
Kevin, you
tension, I
require
think, the body movement that you were just
140.
talking about.
He just sort of flicks his dart at his worst rather than that beautiful follow through. Head in his hands there. And that second dart there. Could that be the winning dart, that second dart? 65 left. He could be ultra aggressive and go for the green part of the centre of the board. Just his decision making at this moment, just double checking. You can sense the tension.
91.
Yeah, and that's 7, not just disastrous in terms of scoreline, but in terms of not actually leaving Huntley on a finish.
60. Kevin, you require 49.
16s for the match. And what
Game,
an opening
shot,
game that was.
and
Kevin
the match.
Dowling ran
Kevin
into a 3-0
Dowling.
lead. Mike Huntley, respect to him, a 1-3 forwards, that catalyst to pull it back to 3-3. He was even looking good in that last leg. You can see the incredible disappointment on the face of Mike Huntley there, but for Kev Dowling, just did what he needed to do. I think the priority there for the Warwickshire man was just to get the 2 points. Excellent on the outer ring was the real highlight there. Kev Dowling is up and running. As next up, it's the Group C favourites, Justin Hood against Mario Robb. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've already had the opening game with Kevin Dowling coming through a real grueler in the end against Mike Huntley. He went the distance, went all the way, but it was Kev Dowling, the Warwickshire man, who sank that winning double to open up his first 2 points. In your picture there, Mario Robb, who had his best day of the week so far in Group A yesterday. He had a really difficult time. As we look at Justin Hood, and he's the Group C favourite, and rightly so. A fantastic player is Justin Hood. So good that I actually tipped him to actually win Champions Week if he qualified last time. I think he's an excellent player. However, he was suffering with an injury when he started playing. But he tells
First
me now that
leg,
he's
it's Justin to throw
100%.
first.
And he's
Game
here to
on.
do some real damage this week. A real top-class player. And Laura Turner, Mario Robb, will be hoping for something similar to what he did yesterday.
57.
Yeah, indeed. And I always find Group C, it's one of those more difficult groups because there's 6 players, but only 2 go through. So it just feels quite imperative. Quite easily 2 players can start running away with it.
40.
So just need to stay within touching distance. So these early matches, so important and really quite keen to see how Justin comes up here because we haven't seen him play yet this week.
100.
Yeah, I think last time he said he wasn't practicing an awful lot, so that's the only information I don't have. But for me, he's the class act. I'd always have Martin Adams above everybody, but we've seen the form that Martin's in at the moment.
45.
Looking forward to seeing his game up next. Not the start that Mario wanted. And Justin Hood, he's a real big scorer at his best. Another England international. A terrific player.
45.
A former winner of a week here at the MODUS Super Series, so he knows how to win it.
$140.
I think it's quite important as well when players do have that experience, they can draw upon it because we've seen it. We've seen it from
29.
debutants. They can come up here and absolutely blitz the field, but when you do have that bit of experience, especially here, makes all the difference sometimes.
Yeah, my assessment for Mario Robb, who, I go all the way
45.
back. Maybe 15 years with Mario. He played at Lakeside in 2007 and 2008, so he was very much at the top of the game then. I've sort of been looking at his social media, and the comeback is on, he's calling it. He's going to the European Q School this year. But my assessment after the first 3 days was what his scoring power wasn't there. In fact, after 2 days, Laurie, he'd only hit 180.
Justin, you require 155.
4 of them. We've seen Justin Hood in the promo to this checking out this 155 against Luke Littler. Not this time.
99. Mario, you require 91.
A chance here for an early break for Mario. Treble 14. Yeah, and that was wild.
And what's in Mario's mind is his doubles have been brilliant. I'll give you a couple of
32.
statistics in the next
Justin,
leg.
you require 56.
He'll know that. Justin Hood will want to put this leg to bed.
Game
Does
shot on the
exactly
first
that.
leg.
Clean
Justin
and clinical
Hood.
from Justin Hood, the man from Somerset.
Second leg, it's Mario to throw first. Game on.
That was a really kind of important finish, but I liked the way that it was quite considered and measured as
60.
well because Mario was just sat right behind for that early breaker throw.
Yeah, like I said, we used the word settler in the last leg. You don't get an awful lot from Justin. You won't see much animation.
91.
Some players, you can read them like a book. But for Mario, the times I said this week, give him a dart or a double, he hit it. Well, he had 95 attempts at a double this week and a very respectable 36 hit.
125.
Just shy of 40%, which is a very, very good return. Quite simply, he was just outscored by the other players, and he'll have to rectify that.
56.
Does seem to be finding that treble with some regularity at the
100.
moment.
$96.
Yeah, when you see 216, you're thinking 180, at least 140.
60.
Just has a little nervous look to see what Justin's on, but Mario's in control of this leg. It would be for a hold to throw. Big chance for Justin after that first start.
81. Mario, you require 156.
Yeah, and Justin just hasn't quite settled into that scoring that we're quite used to seeing him hit.
100. 93. Mario, you require 56.
Clean and clinical is how I describe the 2-dart finish from Justin Hood in the first leg. Can Mario do the same? Have we built him up on these doubles? No, we
Game shot on
haven't.
the second
That is still
leg.
his strength of his
Mario
game
Rob.
right now. He'll know that. And he'll have that added confidence every time he sees the double, that he knows he's hitting that. But
Third
is there
leg, it's
enough
Justin to
time in
throw
that
first.
transition to get his
Game on.
power scoring to come together? Level after 2.
$60.
Yeah, and another troublous visit there for Justin Hood. So we have those kind of expectations based on what we've seen previously. But as you said, we haven't really seen much of him since the last MODUS Super Series. So I don't quite know
55.
where his game is at.
I got the sense after I spoke to him last time that he's not a massive practicer. Well, he must have looked at this group scene thinking, well,
23.
it's a group I can get out of. But I'm a big thing, you know, if you fail to prepare and all that, you've got to put that groundwork in when you're at home doing the practice, because there's some big prizes here this week. $5,000 to win this week.
81.
And an opportunity to play in Champions Week for another 20. That's life-changing. A real opportunity for players then to go and follow what they want to do in darts.
58.
Yeah, and the week 12 winner obviously just doesn't have the break. If you think back to Daryl Pilgrim, who we were talking about earlier, he was week 2. So it's, I mean, Daryl's obviously played and we've mentioned it in between, but haven't seen the likes of, say, Conan too much
100.
or other players. So it'd be interesting. Whoever wins this week, they're going to come into Champions Week on a real high.
Yeah, I remember last time it was Patrick van der Bohade, and he was obviously travelling over from Holland, etc. Whereas I quite like it when it's a week 11 winner. So someone like Matthew Dennett
131.
knows he's in good form, can go away, settle for a week, and then come back next week for his campaign. But I think any player will take the opportunity, as Mario on 265 quite rightly goes down to the 19s.
133.
That leaves the champagne shot, which we've seen this week.
$59.
Yeah, it was David Evans
Mario
who checked out with 2 bullseyes and double
132.
16. Can Mario do the same? 2 of my favourite finishers are left on the board here. 66 left, so you just double check, and treble 10 is probably a shot. There is other options on 66, another bullseye maybe.
76.
Again, that left that 2
Justin
dart, Laura.
required 170.
Yeah, and he will get a chance at it. So we've seen 2 finishes of
100.
56. Will we see a third?
Mario required 56.
You just expect it with Mario. Does he expect it? Big dart in this match.
36. Justin, you require 70.
Not to be. So this for a holder throw for Hood. That leaves him double 16.
38.
Yeah, big chance here for Rob.
Mario required 20.
And this gets awkward.
15.
Yeah, and just pulls it into the 5.
Justin, you required 32.
Yes, we built him up regarding his finishing there. That's one of the first times this week. That's our ideal, that first start.
16.
And I tell you what, the big winners right now are Reese, Collier, Martin,
Mario
Adams, because they must be
required
looking at the
5.
4th place so far thinking, I've got a chance.
Three.
Yeah,
Justin, you
all
require
going wrong
16.
from 100% now down to 12.5 in the checkout percentages.
12. Mario, you required 2.
Yeah, the situation for Mario now, you've got to forget everything now. I mean, that is the perfect marker in normal circumstances. Can he kiss off that barrel?
Game
Yes, he
shot on
can.
the third leg.
Now, all of a sudden,
Mario
you can see
roll.
the fist pump, which I like, because it's not a case of I've hit it and I'm going to shake my head because it was a poor leg. What Mario did there is if he's just done a 12 or 15 darter, the fist pump was there. Not interested in averages,
leg, it's
only
Mario to
interested in the
throw
fact that
first.
that was a break, a
Game
throw.
on.
Mario is taking control now.
That's it, isn't it? It's about the win at the end of the day. Everyone wants to go up there and be hitting 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 darters, getting the job done quickly. But the idea
85.
is to get the job done.
Yeah, the modern way now, though, Laura, is not only do players want to win, they want to win with big averages. And I could understand it in this sense. We've yet to see this week a real marker laid down. In fact, the biggest average of the week is still round about the 93 average from Fallon Sherrick. No one's really said, look, I'm here to win it this week. As we look at the side on that unique throw of Mario Robb, very, very high release.
59.
The release actually coming from the forehead, whereas just a lot more traditional. And look at the trajectory of that dart. That point is virtually touching the ceiling. So take an arc as the
100.
dart goes through the air. So very, very different throws. Look at that high elbow and high shoulder. Well, as a coach,
55.
as someone who looks at technique, someone who's got this obsession with throws now, not my cup of tea. That one's a lot better. I really like that, and just caught that side on really good as he looks like he's going to hit the max.
180.
Good timing there from the guys in the production, because that was a real insight of the best darts from Justin Hood.
58.
Yeah, very natural.
Justin required 121.
Joy to watch when it all goes right. And just seems to be perhaps finding that form he needs at the right time. Double 18.
85.
Sometimes like a boxer where you need a punch on the nose, and maybe that third leg where Justin knows he should have won it is really awoken him. But here comes Mario.
180.
Is it a little too late?
Justin
We'll put an
required
awful lot of
36.
pressure on this double 18. He doesn't want to hit the 18 to go to the 9s.
Game shot on the
2-2.
fourth lay. Justin Hood.
Yeah, and as you say, no real reaction there, but business as usual
Fifth
for
leg, it's
Justin
Justin to throw
Hood.
first. Game on.
Justin's brother apparently is absolutely a
95.
sensational player, Robin.
Even saving that one up.
People say I'm boring as well. I've only just got it in the production team. I can hear my ears.
45.
What a waste I am sat here. He's just beginning to settle nicely, and that is the player. That's asking for more. He wants the max.
125.
He does have that habit, doesn't he, of just maybe, I wouldn't say rushing the last one, but doesn't quite check it in the way that he does the first couple.
I think you're right.
45.
I think you're absolutely spot on with your first part. I think his last dart is sometimes just a little rushed, as if he's walking to the hockey. I'm a big fan of every dart throwing the same. As you can see, he's
85.
sort of walking on the last one. Typical. His last dart was his best one there. Maybe that's the reason he does it. It's all about the rhythm of a dart player.
60. 100.
There's definitely a better leg here from Justin Hood, down to 96 after just 12. And Mario stranded back on
30.
351 or
Justin
321.
required 96.
Yeah, sometimes you can look for them settling dart, and maybe sometimes when you have a really poor leg, that whatever was stopping you, that tightness in your body or a lack of quality in your game, just suddenly wakens you.
31.
However, he won't be happy with that setup play. Should have been a lot closer to a single dart double at least. But Mario's way back.
60. Justin, you require 65. Game shot on the fifth
Yeah,
lay.
and that's better
Justin
from
Hood.
Justin Hood. Now 3-2 up.
Sixth leg, it's Mario to throw first. Game on.
Game that's really kind of swung backwards and forwards. We've seen some highs and we've seen some lows, some definite missed darts at double.
60.
Yeah, if I was in the camp of Justin Hood right now, I think he knows he's the best player in this group. But you have to demonstrate it. Only he knows how he's practicing, how he's playing. But for me, he's the class act of the six players. He's just beginning to show that.
79.
Interesting there, Laura. Mario clearly sped up his throw. Now, we had a good conversation with Scott Mitchell where it just didn't look like it suited him to play quick. What he's saying, I'm not playing well, so I'm going to try and speed my game, see if that helps. It didn't early on in the week, but you can see he's throwing them quicker than Ricky Evans right now.
140.
And sometimes when you can play with the throw in a match, if it works, you try it again and again. But what you're trying to do is in your head just replicate
134.
without the actual experience of replicating the throw, if that makes any sense.
It makes total sense. It just didn't suit him in the medium term. His best dart he was throwing was at his
45.
base. And that last dart was
Justin, you require
basically saying,
87.
Justin, you can have it. 87 for the match. Double 18.
$71.
Yeah, and I like it. It's sensible. Double 9. I don't think any player ever has told me that their favourite double is double 9. So sensible switch of play.
82. Justin, you require 16. Game.
It's a winning
shot,
start for
and
Justin
the
Hood,
match,
the Group C
Justin Hood.
favourite. Has got his first 2 points, and Mario Robb looks a frustrated man there. As we move on to the third game of the day, it's Reece Colley against Martin Adams. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's Group C time. And it's the welcome return of Martin Adams. He did play earlier in the week in Group A. We'll be looking for some of the scoring power that he had. His 180s are absolutely magnificent. But his doubles just sort of let him down against Reece Colley. And when I think of Martin Adams, I think of Martin playing in an England shirt, the most capped captain of all time. And Reece Colley, a very proud England player now. Played in the recent World Cup in Denmark. He's really learning, the man from a big Aston Villa fan. 67-year-old Martin Adams. It's been a different shirt every week this week. Will this one bring him a bit more luck? I had a chat with him this morning. I said, good luck, Martin. He said, what do I do to need to win? I said, well, hit some doubles, Martin, because your scoring's been fine. But the staggering statistic that when he's got darts at a double, he's only hit just 2 out of every 10, just averaging around about 24% on his doubles. That's an area he needs to prove, because Martin Adams, at his very best, was absolutely deadly on the doubles. I'm joined by Laura Turner for this one. Laura, experience versus inexperience.
60.
Yeah, I thought, Martin's coming into this, I thought his odds were good. but he hasn't quite been able to produce kind of that high
70.
end level. But Reece Colley, if you go back, say, 12, 18 months, he won the British Open. He was playing at such an amazing level. And again, with him, I haven't seen him play to that level recently. So I think it feels very much like maybe our opening 2 games is to, you know, who can settle down quickest, who can find those doubles. We've already seen some double trouble. We've seen some scoring issues.
92.
Who can kind of get that whole package together? Because I think if 1 or 2 of these players can, they have got the opportunity to run away with the group.
Yeah, Reece, as you alluded to there, his best moment was winning that British Open. It's a fantastic competition at Bridlington and a real tough one to win. He just hasn't really kicked on from there, despite the fact he's now representing his country. He has had 110 average on this stage, so he knows how to win big. And again, in the promo prior to the day's play, we saw him miss a double 12 for a 9-darter there. So sometimes you walk onto a stage and all them positive and good feelings from previously come back to you. And Martin Adams will be feeling those 180s, because if he did have one success this week, it was on those 180 beds. He's been brilliant. That's his 20th of the week.
70.
And you have to think with a player, you know, with the experience of Martin Adams, I mean, as I said before, he's an absolute legend of the game. If he keeps scoring to that level and keeps carving out those opportunities with doubles, I think
86.
that end of the game will start coming together.
128.
Yeah, when you stand behind Martin Adams and he wants a double, you get ready for the next one.
93.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that last dab. I can understand on 95. But 96 for Martin Adams. Surely he'll stay there. He's not really a doubles man.
You do get it, don't you? The old school player, and I would class
64.
myself as that. I'm not
Reece
necessarily a
required
double.
35.
I'm happy to hit 1 double, let alone trying to get 2.
Game shot on the first leg.
Settling dart there for Reece Colley. I fancied Martin Adams for this game. Just the fact that maybe his experience, the fact he had the darts, but great job so far from Reece Colley. He holds his throat, and it's up to Martin Adams to do exactly the same now. Be a good atmosphere on Saturday night if Reece Colley can make the final, because there's about 15 to 20 of his friends coming down to Portsmouth if he does qualify. Now playing his county darts, Laura, for the Black Country. You heard my accent earlier. All right.
Don't need to unleash it again, really, do you, Glenn?
You weren't impressed then, I guess.
60.
Yeah, my mind goes back to playing in Canada for the World Cup for England. It was the most incredible experience when I was lined up against Stephen Bunting, Scott Waite and the captain Tony O'Shea. So for Reece Colley to represent his country in what I call a smaller form, because it's only 4 players at the World Cup, that is like a real staggering
85.
thing for him to deal with. And he had his ups and downs. But speaking to Scott Mitchell yesterday, when it came to the final against Holland in the team event, Reece Colley for England was the star man.
29.
Yeah, it's such a hard-earned opportunity as well, I'm sure. You remember yourself, you know, I had the opportunity to do it many years ago as a youth player. Went over to Malaysia, and it, like you say, the opportunity to do that is unreal.
Yes, it's a sound foundation for anybody. But right now, it's all about Martin, as I'm
140.
interested to see the next dart. Number one, this is not his
40.
favoured double, but this has been his Achilles heel this week. This area of finishing off the legs.
Game shot on the second leg.
Martin Adams realised that. Maybe, just maybe, he'll put extra impetus when he gets that double now, because if he can get that right,
to throw first.
The scoring power is there.
Yeah, quite a disparity between the averages.
43
with 93, but in the context of the match, it is 1 apiece, and that's the important bit. Maybe he took your advice out there, Glenn. You told him what to do, and he's gone and done it.
I said, that's 300 quid you owe me.
100.
And I got the Martin Adams laugh. Thing was, I wasn't joking.
140.
Just much better group in there from Reese. Just looked a little bit scrappy and wild at times today in this early openings. And this is much better from Martin. The problem with Martin that he's had recently is the lateral drift into the 5s and 1s.
83.
As shown
You
in
just talk that
diagram
in.
B.
You talk that one in. And I'm often in two minds about whether it's nice coming into
57.
this stage as a fresh player like Reese, or if you actually feel better having played over the last 3 days like Martin. I don't know. I guess different things suit different players.
He's 67-year-old, so I'm thinking, look, I'm not 67. I might look it, but I'm not 67.
85.
I would struggle to play 5 days on the spin, but he's got a very simple throw, Martin. I think that's why he's had the longevity in the game. But I'm sure just a couple of days for Martin would have been better. He would tell you, the man. He might be just enjoying the practice. He's played with a smile on his face, irrespective of what's happened.
Yeah, and I guess the difference coming into Thursday and Friday, where we've
100.
gone into Group C, Group B, is just that slightly later start. That can actually be quite beneficial for players as well.
Yeah, players are used to maybe playing at this time. This is so much better from Reese Colley.
152.
He's double
Martin,
12
you
there.
require
And 133 is a
133.
toughie, even when you're playing at your very best.
Yeah,
117.
great last start to leave
Reach
16,
required
but Reese Colley
24.
here for a hold of throw, and he's double 12. Double 3.
18.
Yeah, just the lay of that first
Martin
start was
requires
awkward.
16.
Yeah, for me, it was just a bit jabby, the release of the dart. They just need to be a little bit smoother for me. And that looked really smooth for Martin. I expected that to go.
Game shot on
That's
the third
43
leg.
darts,
Martin
that,
Adams.
because for me, when I looked at Reese's throw on them doubles, they just looked a little bit frantic, a little bit frenetic, whereas Martin's was super smooth.
Fourth leg, it's Martin's
And Martin's
throw
had his
first.
moments this week where the dart
Game
hasn't
on.
been going where he wanted to go. That could be a really important exchange in this game.
Opting to switch, but goes back to what you were saying, just those few just drifting slightly to the left or slightly to the right.
97.
Yeah, I met Reese. I think it was the first time. It was I can't remember what the comp called the competition, but it was at Wolverhampton and Open. And I thought he's going to be really a top player. To see him represent England as we look at that.
100.
That throw of Martin. People say to him, how can he still be playing great darts at 67? And it's the simplicity of that throw. I like that. Little front
100.
elevation there from Reese Colley. Much better throw. If we'd have seen the side on view when he was going for the doubles, I think it might have showed you. But just look at something Scott Mitchell picked up this week. His fingers at the end when he's finished their throwing, they're pretty much aiming to the right as if
95.
he's turning the dart in. He's bending the dart in. But that looks good. I like that. Very relaxed in the shoulders. Good focus in the eyes.
81.
And once again, now it's just down. That's the how to throw a dart. The rest of it is about preparation, bottle, tenacity, concentration. Put it all together and you get an elite dart player.
100.
When you actually write it out or speak it out like a list like that, the dart throwing is actually possibly not always the most difficult. It's the transition to the stage. It's how your mindset is.
59.
Yeah, the best looking dart throwing players are not number 1 and 2 in the world. So, I can just give you what I see there. But I see a very simple throw from Martin. I was very upright. And that throw, if we'd have had a side on view from 1995, there's not an awful lot of change to that
Reach
apart from the dart itself.
164.
But chance for Colley, 164. Starts downstairs. May use the bullseye with his last dart.
99.
Such a good dart.
Martin,
The second one, the
requiring
bullseye in the
90.
25 would have left a 2-darter. He's in a good position. Finally poised.
Yeah, could not search out that 25 or ball. So Colley with a really strong opportunity here to break
49.
back.
Reach requires 65. 25. Martin, you require 41.
Yeah, Martin wasn't getting these chances. I think that's what the shrug of the shoulders. I wasn't getting these chances in Group A. 2 darts it is. Favourite double. This is a big dart in this match.
9. Reach your required 40.
No more chances gone, so coming back for tops.
30. Martin, you require 32.
Yeah, just the business end of the legs goes back to what you're saying. Just not quite throwing
Game
it
shot
in the
on
right way. And
foreplay. Martin Adams.
I see a boxer throwing a jab rather than a right cross. So it just looks a little bit hurried, a little bit
Fifth leg,
jabby.
it's reached to throw
Yeah, when
first.
he's going for his
Game on.
scoring, it looks quite elegant, thrown with real panache. Just looks jittery at the end.
96.
so there's almost like a tightness in the shoulder where you've got that maybe additional pressure or urgency, I guess is the word to use when you're at that business end and you want to hit the double.
Yeah, that's what pressure does, especially when you're not winning games or if you're out
60.
of practice or you haven't played for a while and you're trying to dip to that winning line just a little bit too early. And I have to thank little Richard Ashdown who helped me realise that because I was
45.
jabbing away when I got close to the winning line of games and I lost so many games by the odd leg.
$60.
There's some tight affairs so far today in these opening games. I just saw with the last couple of legs
58.
from Justin Hood, sort of been the standout player so far. Martin Adams is looking good here. One big score here. Put him in a fantastic position. There's that lateral drift.
95.
Yeah, very good switch. And coming up after this match is Justin Hood, who's taking on Mike Huntley.
43.
And I do worry for Mike, especially after that opener, and then facing the group favourite in Justin Hood.
Yeah, good shout, Laura.
$121.
Yeah, both myself and Scott Mitchell fancied Martin Adams for qualification in this Group C. And if you can just see his name at the top of the table,
45.
even very, very early in this campaign, must do things. I've never been in that player's area yet. I'm not sure what it's like. But I can imagine when he sees his name at the top of the table, that'll be the kind of motivation he needs because he's just 2 darts away now. Only 1 dart away from a victory.
Yeah, perfect set-up play there for Martin Adams. And all Reese can do is hope Martin
60.
leaves him an opportunity.
Martin, you require 32.
His favourite double. He's hit this 1,000,000 times in his life. And he
Game,
hits it one
shot,
more time.
and the match.
That's a
Martin
big opening
Adams.
statement there from Martin Adams. One-way traffic in the end, a 4-1 victory and plenty to think for Reese Colley. But for Martin Adams, he was the classier guy, as the number saying, mid-80s average. Excellent on the outer ring for the first time we can say this week. Martin Adams tops the table very early as Justin Hood is up again next against Mike Huntley. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And Mike Hunt would be delighted to be back on this stage because he had incredible disappointment in his first game. He nearly pulled off a miraculous comeback from 3-0 down. But I guess Laura Turner, the last person he wants to play,
First leg, it's Michael to throw first.
Yeah, especially
Game
how
on.
Justin finished off his opening match against Mario Robb. I thought he started off tentatively, and that's not necessarily a surprise, but he did finish off very strongly indeed, and did take that 4-2 win. Sees him joint top of the table alongside Kev Dowling and
81.
Martin Adams.
Yeah, we did say there could be a tough game here for Mike. I mean, the positive person, the optimistic person would say this is a good time to play Justin Hood for myself because if I can
93.
beat Justin, I can beat anyone in this group, but you don't often think sensibly when you're up there. Interesting to see how Mike reacts from that first game.
83.
So I thought he came out, like you mentioned, he came out, he looked positive, he started well, and then that second leg happened where I think he missed maybe 8 darts at a double within that leg and was
96.
comfortably a couple of 100 points ahead, if not more. And it's how that kind of how you deal with that. Did rally, did come back, made it 3-all, but just couldn't cross the line.
26.
Yeah, you could see the disappointment at the end because Kev Dowling, who beat him in that opening game, did not play anywhere near his best. It was just one of those games that we said in comms, the loser of this game will be incredibly disappointed, and he stormed off
98.
that stage. But one thing about the MODUS Super Series, when the timetable works well, you can soon get back on the Rocky and right those wrongs.
45.
However, Laura, slow start from Huntley.
Yeah, and I guess the worrying part here is if you, Justin Hood, I don't know what you think, but he's one of those
58.
players. If you let him get that lead, he really is quite a strong front runner. He just likes to build and build because he gets more comfortable. You wouldn't think looking at him he could get more comfortable, but he seems to just really relax into his throw.
87.
Yeah, I find
Justin, you require
Justin Hood very difficult to
156.
read because he doesn't give an awful lot away. Even chatting with him, he doesn't let you know too much. He's been very generous in giving me information of where his game is at,
56.
but still very difficult to get in the mindset of Justin, and I see that as a positive.
$79. Justin, you require 100.
Both players on ton, but Justin Hood, first one to have a pop and needs tops.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
first
that's some
leg.
strong
Justin
finishing in
Hood.
the opening leg there from Justin Hood.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw first.
And
Game
reliably
on.
informed Justin Hood, who is nicknamed Happy Feet. That came about from his first county match. He didn't actually have black shoes. Anyone that knows county, you
132.
have to be wearing fully enclosed black shoes. Didn't have them, so borrowed them from someone else's. Unfortunately, they only had a size 12 pair spare, so the nickname Happy Feet seems to have stuck.
60. $57. $45.
Yeah, he's such a likeable person as Mike Huntley, and you've got to remain impartial when you're in this commentary box, but it's tough when we were watching Mario Robb go through real
81.
difficult times Monday and Tuesday. You sit here and you want a moment for someone as likeable. Like I said, he came in here in really good form, and I think that's what's hurting because, you know, you don't This is where
100.
players want to be right now. You know, it's the real talk of the town, the MODUS Super Series, the massive prizes to be won. And when you don't deliver, it's a tough one to take.
I think it also goes down to the
137.
fact that you never know quite when the next opportunity will come along. So you want to kind of lay down a marker, show what you can do, not just for yourself, but because players do want to be invited back. And it's becoming so much more competitive
Justin,
with the
requiring
ADC
94.
qualifiers. It's difficult, but it's great for us because we're getting to see so many new people.
I've been saying, Laura, this week that players
54.
are saying the stage is fantastic. You've got incredible referees there doing a brilliant job. You've got the cameras on you, and you just want to play your best. And right now, quite simply, Mike Huntley isn't.
28.
And this is a chance for Justin Hood to
Justin,
lead
you
2-0.
require 40. Game show on the second leg.
Excellent
Justin
finishing
Hood.
once again from Justin Hood, 2 from 2, 100% on finishes, and Mike Huntley yet to be able to carve out an opportunity for a double.
Third leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
It's quite interesting what you were just saying there as well, because if you go back to, say, when we were playing the amateur level of darts, these kind of opportunities were so few and far between.
100.
I mean, this is priceless. This is an amazing opportunity to just become accustomed to a stage and cameras and the whole production.
Yeah, when I started the BDO tour
81.
about 2011, 2012, the Dutch Open, I would love that person to have played on here because, you know, someone who was practicing 6 hours a day, just lived and breathed the
60.
game. I would love to have played on that stage. Unfortunately, I will be on that stage in January. I say unfortunately, no, I'm going to smash it.
140.
Be good. It's all good. And you get to experience the room that you said you haven't experienced before. So then
100.
you're going to have some real insight to deliver when you come back to comms.
I've done a 9 darter on there. I had to do a little promo and I had to throw a 9 dart and done a 9 darter. Serious.
So we're going to have high expectations for
135.
January then.
101.
Oh.
100. Justin, you
Once again,
require
chance for Hood. This would be for a
145.
second break. A real special finish. Not to be. Might use the bullseye with the second. No, he doesn't.
57. Michael, you require 141.
Yeah, if he had one real weakness, it was being his big finish as well. He's had a great finish today already.
109.
Pretty much
Justin, you
needed
require
that, but
88.
superb setup player, Mike Huntley. 88. This is typical for Huntley, that your opponent can do this.
60.
Yeah, just a little rushed on that last one, but it's part of the
Michael,
way he
you
throws a
require
dart.
32.
Chance for Huntley.
$24.
Yeah, it's another chance.
Justin,
Come
you
and gone for Mike
require
Huntley.
28.
Just not finding it at the doubling end of the matches.
$21.
Well, I didn't have an awful
Michael,
lot
you
of confidence in
require
Mike
8.
getting the dart at double 16. But now there's that taking your time, the composure. I didn't expect Hood to miss there. This has to go.
Game show on the third leg.
Yeah, and it does.
Michael
And
Huntley.
Mike Huntley gets a leg on the board. Strange, because it was the third leg in the opening match for
Fourth
Justin
leg, it's
Hood
Justin
where
to
he
throw first.
just lost
Game
that
on.
bit of, I don't know what it is, if it's rhythm or if it's just a, third legs, perhaps just not for him at the moment.
Not today, Laura, anyway.
I like a narrative, I
57.
can't help it.
Yeah, but last time after the third leg, that's when he really kicked in. I think that was a bit of a wake-up call, and look what it's done to Huntley now.
100.
We said a big finish of Mike Huntley in the first one was his catalyst, his moment. Could be something as simple as a double 2. Because Justin's a little wild here.
57.
Yeah, and it took Mike until leg 4 to get a leg on the board in his opening match. And So he did
100.
bring it back to 3-all, but couldn't quite cross the line. So maybe in a slightly better position here.
$131.
Yeah. Just really fancied a big score there from Mike. Well, that's better. He should really stay there because 180 is a nice way of setting up your finish there, but
80.
just maybe didn't like the lie. He does sort of kick that dart to the right, and maybe just in his iron line, it didn't suit him, but that is the perfect dart for Hood.
Yeah, he's just blocked it, moving over.
140.
Yeah, but that's a great adjustment.
$60. Justin, you require 116.
Our players love this finish. Many are using this route, the 19, single 19 for tops. Just had a little
96.
grip issue there where
Michael, you
maybe,
require
just maybe could have
161.
stood back a little bit, but maybe that's just the boring dozer coming out of me.
Or the sensible version that's won multiple
65.
major
Justin, you
titles.
require 20.
Don't expect him to mess about it, but you can see he's clearly having problems with his grip there. That's a good marker, you feel.
Game shot on the fourth
3-1.
lay. Justin Hood.
leads.
Fifth leg, it's Michael to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, when I walked in on Monday morning, Laura, I just sensed there's something really special around the corner. And of course, every
60.
player that's here this week wants to be playing next week in Champions Week. Arguably the biggest week now for amateur players. A lot of the priorities, seen some fantastic players, and sometimes you just
57.
need a very, very special crowd. So you can be here on Saturday night, and there's still a few tickets for Champions Week finals night. And simply by scanning that QR code on the screen there, you can be here with us, and
66.
you will pick up that £20,000 prize. Some local players, Darryl Pilgrim here, and then we've got some real Scandinavian flavour as well. But picking a winner is going to be very difficult.
123.
But you can make such a special atmosphere by being here. So come along. Just a small booking fee. Get yourself here on Saturday night. I might even buy you a beer.
41.
Is that a promise?
No.
No.
Just remember, on
137.
the Champions Week, there is an after party. There's DJ an old name.
No, we
DJ. Mr. Paul Starr will be the
140.
DJ in there. So an after party after the Champions Week night. So I think it's open till 1 o'clock. So get yourselves here, everybody. Just scan that code. Come and make it very, very special.
134.
Yeah, Michael Huntley just not able to really
60.
find any reply to Justin
you
Hood.
require 50.
Well, Justin Hood was a big favourite for this Group C. And he's a dart away now. From 2 wins out of 2. Double 8.
34.
Well, we
Michael,
have
you
seen this
require
already once from Mike Huntley. We
134.
did get it in his opening match, so not able to find it this time, and more disappointment.
52.
Yeah, it'll be tough to come back from
Justin,
that for
you
Mike
require
now, but for
16.
Justin Hood, concentration on double 8.
No score. Michael, you require
Well,
82.
Probably an unexpected opportunity, but an opportunity nonetheless. 82 required. Down for 17. Just squeezes in, but leaves tops.
62.
And unable to quite finish it
Justin,
off.
you require 16.
He looked disappointed with his last 3 darts, Justin.
No score.
Well, I'm not really sure I can say about the second dart,
Michael,
but
you
it's
require
many
20.
missed darts at double 8. He doesn't often give a lot away, but you can see him looking up at the ceiling there. Chance
Game
from
shot on the
absolutely
fifth
nowhere
lay.
from Mike Huntley.
Michael Huntley.
And he grabs it by hitting double 10, smack, bang, in the middle.
Sixth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just a couple of legs that we've seen where Justin's was not able to just find a double. And there you can see it. 3 from 18 from Justin Hood, 2 from 8 for Huntley. And it's when it comes to those key opportunities, those key moments in a match, like obviously the winning leg. I don't think Justin's the kind of player to be phased, or even if he was, we wouldn't be able to tell.
He did look up the ceiling a couple of times, and that's about as most as you're going to get from Justin. But sometimes when you've had darts at a missed double, all of a sudden your body can just totally relax as if you're already thinking of those missed doubles. I should be off the stage. And that 180 there makes it a big favourite. Mike Huntley just reminding, I'm still here. Very much advantage Hood.
$140.
Yeah, great couple of visits there. Time 181.40 down to 81 in just 9.
How can you miss 7 darts at double 8, then go ton 181.40?
Justin, you require 81.
That'll be the question Justin Hood asked as he looks at 81. That was for a potential 11 darter, but sets it up very pretty.
49.
He's back in that double 16, double 8 area. You want to put this game to bed.
All Huntley can hope for is more missed doubles from Justin Hood, who will be returning for 32.
Justin, you required 32.
And that's the problem that he has. This is a long way to hit double 16.
Game,
and that was nigh and impossible in the end, but he gets
Hood.
there in the end. It was no dramas in the end for Justin Hood. It's 2 wins out of 2 for the man from Somerset and from Mike Huntley. The problems continue. As we just have a quick look, Justin Hood 86.05, despite the fact that all those missed starts at a double. He does seem to be the player to beat, and there's still more to come, you feel, from Justin Hood, as Martin Adams is up next against Kevin Dowling.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Gareth Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's game 5 time. A real battle of the seniors. The absolute legend, that is Martin Adams, who's played 1-1-1. So it's a good start for Wolfie. Not the greatest of Group A campaign, but he just corrected a few wrongs from the beginning of the week against Kevin Dowling, who opened up the show today and won an absolute grueler with Mike Huntley. He was sailed it with 3-0 lead in that game before Mike pulled it back to 3-3. But he got over the winning line. He wasn't spectacular. So after looking at the first games, I more fancy the man in your picture, Wolfie Adams. And how good would it be to have him here on Saturday night, Laura Turner?
Yeah, totally agree. And
45.
I think what he did right, which is what you highlighted beforehand, Wolfie was the finishing, best finishing stat, I think, of so far at 50%. But Dowling was also equally quite deadly on the doubles, but it just took him that little bit longer to
29.
get there. So if Wolfie can put together scoring and doubling, then yeah, I think this could be difficult for Kev.
Yeah, and both are spraying them into the 5s in the early one. That's been the problem for both players so far. Kev,
125.
that win might have really settled him. And as a player, you want to get up and you don't want to replicate and you want to forget that first game. But that score of 25, and he's back in the small segment of the 5 there.
43.
Wolfie, every time I see someone struggling the very one, I go back to the Tony Fleet game. I think that's the most watched match I've seen, where he played the Australian at Lakeside and the guy couldn't even hold his dart with nerves in the first leg, and my God, they were going all over the place.
Yeah, I think we've probably all had some kind of experience a bit like that, where it's nerves just take over, and it is these kind of experiences that helps get rid of those type of nerves. And I'm sure these two are probably
97.
far too experienced to suffer quite that level. But
yeah, I think one of my most nervous moments was opening the show at Lakeside against Nick Kenny. And honestly, I was absolutely shaking like a leaf on the walk-on.
100.
But when you think of Lakeside, Laura, it's not about you, but I do think of Martin Adams. He was a staple part of the players, and even if he lost in the first round, which wasn't very often, he stayed there the full week and was signing autographs. He was still the biggest draw.
95.
yeah, you do kind of... It's synonymous with certain players. Wolfie's definitely one of them, and also powerhouses like Trina Gulliver for me, who won
60.
her 10 titles at the Lakeside.
Yeah, it's a special place. She'll be there again in a few weeks, Laura.
Martin, you require
to the draw. That was
146.
always an exciting moment for me.
Yeah, I think be my 3rd or 4th world championship, but I always get quite anxious and nervous up to it, and I'm trying to just, keep it all
45.
calm, wait till the draw
Kevin, you
comes out, and then see how I feel
138.
after that, I guess.
I'll tell you my secrets after this leg. This would settle, Kev. 62 left, just double checking. Expecting to go for treble 10, but there's other options as well.
121. Martin, you require 101.
In the first game yesterday, Martin checked out on this 101. He'd always go the traditional route. Not this time. He's going to have to look at treble 18. He gets it. Can he replicate the double 16?
85.
Yeah, width of a
Kevin, you
wire
require
away.
17.
That last up from Kev's left him on 17, so needs to find that single number.
One. Martin, you require 16.
Just needs to come slightly inside, making his way over.
Game show on the
Yeah,
first
does
leg.
find it on
Martin
third time
Adams.
asking.
He's just getting those luxuries right now that he wasn't getting in Group A. He's getting a chance to return after missed start at a double. He's
Second leg is
beginning
Kevin to throw
find that the
first.
signs are
Game
good
on.
for Wolfie. However, he doesn't want to be winning legs in 24 darts. We want to see him winning in 12 to 16 darts. That's the area he'd want to be in.
140.
Better from Dowling. Yeah, Lakeside preparation, Laura. Do all your preparation there. Don't go to Lakeside and heavily practice on the week before. Heavily practice during the tournament.
81.
In your mind. Make sure you've got the legs in the bank. Make sure that month before you are heavily practicing as much as you can and use that week as just a fine tune.
100.
It's 200 quid you owe me.
You're racking it up this week, aren't you? Although I like the fact that mine was slightly less than Martin's.
I'm all about equality. But yeah, I used to... That's one
100.
place I miss is the Frimley Green Workmen's Club, because that's where I spent my time and never engaged with a crowd. I regret that now. I was my own person, but yeah, you do things that works for you. But I could see so many people practicing
41.
during the week, and I was like, no, I've done mine. It was all about settling in. If you can't get ready 2-3 hours before a game, you shouldn't be playing darts, in my opinion.
85.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the key thing for me and quite a lot of players I speak to. You just want to be there a few hours before your game is due to start. I have the added luxury that I can come in from home, being that it is about 40 minutes away from me.
100.
So I can have that kind of more relaxed, normalised atmosphere. But again, I do kind of miss the fact that, you know, there's a bit of camaraderie and the players are all together and the people that come to watch as well. But
yeah, it's interesting that, because I love the fact I was there for the week. There was an incredible feeling when you drove past the sign Frimley Green.
65.
A snooker
Kevin
place is the
Require,
same when they see the
120.
sign on the M1 saying Sheffield. Shanghai for Dowling. The shake of the head tells you he thought that was in as that dart left his hands.
42. Martin, you
Martin
require
Adams, 167 is the highest
170.
finish this week from Mario Robb. Can Wolfie do something special? Well, it's on.
I guess that's almost summed up how his
76.
week has kind of gone. There's
Kevin,
moments
you
of
require
brilliance, but then
78.
just a few too many drifts into the ones and the fives.
$58. Martin, you require 94.
Well, Martin's very traditionally likes to start with bull on this 94. We see so many players so aggressive on the treble 18. Now, maybe he wishes he did.
$42. Kevin, you require 20.
So for a level match, double 10.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, that's a well
Kevin
thrown dart. We've
Dowling.
seen so many times already today. So easy to pull into that five, especially when you've got two darts in hand. It's that fine line, isn't it,
Third
between
leg, it's
actually
Martin's
going
to throw
for it
first.
and over trying
Game
and pulling
on.
it in.
Yeah, I said something to Scott this week is don't hit the five. That was, I said, honestly, that was what you take it as however you want to see it. Just don't hit the five.
So how much did you charge for that?
That's another 100. So you owe 300 now.
180.
That's 100 for Scott, 100 for Martin, and 300 for you. Great start from Adams, 180. I was just looking at the reaction from Kev Down because he's thinking to himself, I've won a game. I'm 1-1. And
100.
I'm absolutely playing my C game at the moment. He told me he was a little inconsistent. Well, like I said, you've got to say to yourself, well, if I can be this competitive when I'm not playing well, as soon as I put the afterburners on, surely I'll be winning games.
100.
Yeah, this is a good response from Martin Adams, 180 to 100. And you get the feel some of these games, if players can just start making sure they get at least one
100.
treble a throw, then that's going to put you in good stead for the leg.
Like you said, you don't always think rationally when you're up there, but this is the best leg of the match comfortably, even the best leg of the day.
140.
To an 80-ton 140 for Martin Adams. I should always assess my game of where I was after 9 darts. An 81 is a good-looking figure to have.
100.
Good response
Martin,
from Dowling, but
require
can't finish at
81.
least 6 darts. But you will see Martin go for the bullseye on the last dart. If he'd have hit the single. For an 11 darter.
69.
Still has the best leg of the week so far. That incredible 10 darter on Monday morning when, in his words, he was playing awful at the time and pulled out a 10 darter.
140. Martin, you require 12.
That visit there, a little bit of pressure on this for Martin Adams. And that's a wild dart, leaves himself on 6.
Game shot on the third
And that's
leg.
a brilliant dart because,
Martin
again,
Adams.
that's such an awkward double to hit. It's a very big adjustment. Martin Adams now leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on. $81.
Yeah, it doesn't look happy, Kev. Like I said, just too many 5s for Kev. Martin be thinking, I can win this game.
41.
But not with darts like that, Wolfie.
Yeah, these two have met a few times over the course of the MODUS Super Series, once back in January this year, and
41.
again in March. Not that heads-to-heads really matter at this point, but it is 3-1 to Wolfie.
Yeah, it was
140.
nice chatting with Kev Dowling this week. Like I said, without the fear of repeating myself, inconsistent's the word, but he said when he's straight, he's still good, but too many darts are going into the 5 for his liking. Well, that's been the
85.
tale so far for Kev. However, his Super League, he's played 6 and won 6. But in county, his beloved county, he adds, he's played 2 and lost 2, and one of them were to David Evans. I think I've heard that name somewhere this week before.
121.
It's popped up once or twice, hasn't it? Yeah, of course, Dave straight through to finals night on Saturday, a couple of days off.
60.
What would you do if you came through the first group? Would you be putting your feet up? Would you, I guess it's too far to go home for Dave and yourself.
Yeah, Scott felt he was going to go home, and I said I'd expect him to stay in the area and yeah, just get yourself out some fresh air.
43.
Just maybe. Personally, I would stay away from darts, but I think David's young enough. He loves the game that much. He might find an establishment where there's a dartboard just to keep himself loose. But I remember listening to Yella Klassen, who said he
105.
was, and Barry Van
Martin, you
Peter
require
said they were very lazy
156.
and done nothing for 2 days, and that didn't benefit. Well, this would benefit Adams. Another one of them would be nice. Why, he's saying.
122. Kevin, you require 129. $57.
Kev unable to
Martin,
find
you
that treble,
required
so Martin
34.
back.
I was just working out with 34s, right? The lesser spotted double 17, the least double to be hit.
Game shot on the
The lesser
fourth
spotted
leg.
double 17
Martin
has
Adams.
been hit, and it's by Martin Wolfie Adams. He leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Martin's to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily sure if that was just a miscount from Martin or... Yeah, but didn't seem to cause him too many issues at the end.
125.
Yes, I had my fingers and toes out there. I was 91 left. I had. He went for that treble 19, but in the end, he gets there of double 70. Because one thing about Martin, if there's a double there was not even a consideration of 2 double 16,
81.
which many players would have done on that. But are we just beginning to see the beginning of the end? One big score here from Adams. Can he find that treble? Yes, he can. And as Laura alluded to, maybe just at this point,
95.
just one treble a leg, one treble a throw. And if Kev goes trebleless here,
59.
I have to say it's Martin Adams to lose from here.
Yeah, 100% not only got the throw, but taking full advantage of it as he finds the red bit once again. And again.
140.
Am I being greedy for wanting Martin Adams and Fallon here on Saturday night?
Absolutely not.
95.
Absolutely
Martin
not. I think
requires
there's several names from the
141.
field that we've got in front of us that we would like to see.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing Robert Thornton. I think I'm sharing a house with Steve West. He should be arriving today. I think he's a big favourite to qualify. I'm a big fan of Steve. Looking forward to seeing him play,
45.
but it's a tough mega Group B to come, but we'll talk about that later. There's Kev Dowling, 266. You're thinking of the 19s?
Yeah, it does switch now. Again, just finds himself in that
96.
position where he's
Martin, you
needing his
require
opponent to miss.
96.
Well, he's had his problems this week, Martin, but he's just beginning to warm up nicely. No consideration of double-double, but he'll leave it very pretty. Big 16.
56. Kevin, you require 170.
Well, this would be massive. 2 treble 20s and a ball. But yeah, not to be. So Martin Adams back for tops for the match.
$58. Martin, you
At the
require
beginning of
40.
the day, the two favourites were Justin Hood and Martin Adams. Martin Adams is a
Game,
dart away from
shot,
joining
and
Justin
the
Hood with
match,
2 wins
Martin
out of
Adams.
2. Wolfie is on the charge. Time to think for Kevin Dowling, and after the break, it will be Mario Robb against Reese Colley. And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's game 6 of the day, and 2 players searching for their first win. Both lost their opening games. Mario Robb, who's just taking his darts out now, against the big Aston Villa fan, Reese Colley. A real 50-50
First leg,
game,
it's Mario
this
to
one.
throw first. Game on.
Which Mario Robb are we going to see? The player that played Monday and Tuesday really struggling with his game, especially on the scoring power of it. His finishing's been absolutely
60.
fine this week against Reese Colley, who's playing his second game of the week. He opened up proceedings with a 4-1 loss to Martin Adams, getting himself down to a
96.
double, giving himself opportunities, but maybe just tightening up on the doubles there. But you feel, Laura Turner, a must-win for either player.
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting
60.
to see Mario's come out. And I don't know if you think the same, but he's throwing fast from the off. You've mentioned in his previous match, he's got a pace that he likes to throw at, that he looks
82.
comfortable throwing at. But when it doesn't work, he just tries to speed it up. And I think he's come out
too quick for me. The best dart he threw yesterday was just more measured than that.
55.
He went through a phase where he was throwing darts like this on Tuesday, so you can see he's playing with his game a little bit. But if you could see what I could
100.
see yesterday when he was winning games, 4 out of 5 wins yesterday, his throws are just a bit more measured than this. This just feels a little hurried. And I think what he's trying to do is eliminate.
100.
You know, his grouping hasn't been very good this week. There can be a treble 5, treble 1, and a treble 20. And like I said, for me, it's just a little bit
66.
of panic setting in right now.
$137. Reach your required 157.
Go upstairs for treble 20.
$87. Mario, you require 89.
So for an opening holder throw, goes into the 7. So opted for ball, but pulled it into the 8. So Collie back for 70.
29. Reach your required 70.
Well, he was getting the collie wobbles when he got down to a double previously. He's got 2 darts to rectify that.
Game
However,
shot
that
on the
looked a
first
lot
leg.
smoother.
Reese Collie.
Maybe sometimes when you can play a game and you realise your weakness was your finishing, you've got the opportunity to go back to the players area.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw
There's
first.
a couple of practice
Game
boards
on.
in there. And maybe just worked on that 56 finishes, 64 finishes, and in that case, a 70 finish there.
140.
And look how that affects it. That nice double going in there. He's taking control. And then all of a sudden, the game can feel ridiculously easy.
Yeah, you're right as well.
100.
With regards to the finishing, I don't know what your routines were like, but we play games called 1-2-1s where you start on 1-2-1 and go upwards, or sometimes from 80
60.
upwards. But those finishes from, say, 40 right up to 80, they are so important, and probably some of the the least practiced finishes that dart players actually do.
Learn to love what you
140.
hate to do. And I realise it's nice to hit 180s in practice. It's great to do, but I also realise that my strength
45.
at that time was because I was robotic, relentless at finishing on 2 dart checkouts. And I practiced probably harder than anyone.
100.
Finishes like 25, 48, 56, 64, and in that case 70 there. Because I knew I couldn't play with the elite and hit the 180s they did.
Mario, you
So I
require
had to think of a different
161.
strategy to be the best roundabout now. Make sure I check out on 161 in 4 darts.
97. Reach your required
350 quid you're on me.
160. $59. Mario, you
Didn't
require
want to
64.
go downstairs because they would have left 100 if you stayed in the 20s, but interesting. We're talking about finishes. I mentioned 64 a couple of times, and look what Mario needs.
32. Reach your required 101.
So 9 leaves him double 16.
69. Mario, you require
Yeah,
32.
that's another missed start at double.
Worrying times for
Reach
Mario
required
Robb because
32.
that's been his get out of jail free card is doubling. And
Game
right
shot
now
on the
that's letting him
second
down,
leg.
and Reese Collie
Reece Collie.
gobbles up that double 16. Mario Robb, who has been here since Monday, really struggled to
Third
find
leg,
his
it's Mario to throw
scoring power.
first. Game on.
But when given a dart or a double, he was hitting it more often than enough. But right now, those doubles in a previous game and early in this match
100.
have suddenly deserted him, and that's a concern, Laura.
It really is, because if that is the element of your game that's carrying you through,
95.
as soon as you lose it, and we can almost see it in his throw, in his action, you know, he's changing it to try and combat whatever's happening up on the stage.
95.
And I'm wondering how he's feeling about not having Stefan Schroeder in the players area as well. Obviously, native of Holland. He openly admits his English isn't great.
140.
I mean, he can speak it, but all of a sudden then you feel a bit lonely in there, I'm guessing.
96.
I mean, he may argue that he feels his rhythm is a lot better. But Reese is just the one who we can see the confidence growing. He'll move from there.
83.
Yeah, just didn't make sure at least to get a single number, Reece Collie. So
60.
Not too much damage done there by Mario Rob. 150. So what can Collie leave? Needs a treble.
97. Mario, you require
Gets it, Laura.
150.
He had a real special moment this week with a 167 finish. He's had a 140 finish as well.
94.
Sets that up nicely for a
Reach
chance for
require
Collie. 86 is
86.
treble 18 to start. You're already thinking of the bullseye in the back of your mind, but no need to. Double 16.
Game
That
shot on the
is
third
an incredible
leg.
dart from Reece Colley.
Colley.
That makes him 3, and he chats to himself there. Exactly what he wanted. He's been clinical. 3 from 6 on the outer ring.
Fourth leg, it's Reece to
Superb
throw
darts.
first.
Yeah,
Game
this is
on.
much improved from Reece from that opening match. Opening match went 4-1 down to Martin Adams, but only 72 average. Right now, sitting around 86.
57.
And you sometimes do need that opening game. And you've got to think, as an England player, you're playing an England legend in Martin Adams as well.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, he just seems to correct those concerns. Because the only thing against Martin Adams, the negative, was his finishing.
59.
He looks like he's a confidence player. He's a confident lad, is Reece. I'm saying I've known him a few years now, been following his career.
39.
Wanted him to kick on after that big win at the British Open, because that is a real tough one to win. But darts is a really funny old game, as someone once said, and just a little bit of confidence can
95.
really start off something.
$100. $140.
Well, we've seen a couple of games
85.
today.
Reach your require
It
150.
just felt a little bit laboured. This one's been fairly rapid. And it could be ended in absolutely no time here.
93.
Especially with that beautiful last start there from Reece Colley. These 2 darts from a big, big victory.
60. Reach your require 57.
Just not happening for Mario Rob. And sometimes you just got to get on top of that.
47. Mario, you require 117.
Well, chance here for Rob to get a leg on the board. We'll need treble 19. And just not able to find it.
93.
Too
Reach your
rushed,
required
too
10.
quick for Mario right now. Just no real conviction. Chance for Colley.
Game, shot,
And so
and the
first
match,
4-0 victory
Reece
of the day for
Colley.
Reece Colley. Needed something. I had my concerns for the loser of that game. It's going to be a lot to ask from there. But for Reece Colley, job very well done. A big 4-0 victory. 84.68 average. That'll do nicely. Excellent on the outer ring. Reece Colley gets his first 2 points of the day. And after the break, it'll be Mike Huntley against Martin Adams.
Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series live on Sporty Stuff TV, where we are in the midst of a Group C campaign. The first 6 matches have already happened live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and there are the results from them. A couple of wins for Martin Adams and a couple of victories for Justin Hood as well. But Reece Colley bouncing back for that defeat against Adams earlier with a 4-0 success against Mario Robb, who has lost his first 2 games as Mike Huntley, which means that these next set of fixtures are going to be particularly important for those 2 players. If I show you the league table going into them, you'll see that Huntley and Robb both are on 0, and Mike Huntley is in action next against Martin Adams, top of the table, alongside fellow favourite for this group, Justin Hood. It is going the way the bookies expected it to go, but of course we all know about the rule of 3 here at the Super Series, meaning this game is potentially crucial for Huntley. Guiding you through all of the action today, it's Laura Turner and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Chris, and good afternoon, everybody. It's been an interesting day so far, especially for that man in your picture, Martin Adams, who had a fairly tough campaign here on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday in Group A. But he's come out with 2 wins out of 2. He's begun to solve his problems of hitting doubles now against the very luckless Mike Huntley, who's, he's really having a tough time up there. I think he really fancied his chances in his first game with Kev Dowling, but just missed doubles after missed doubles against Kev to go 3-0 down. He did fight back to 3-3 and was looking a big favourite in the last leg, and he looked pretty dejected and devastated at defeat, compared to this man who has a smile on his face like he normally does these days, Wolfie. One of the real legends in the game, and it's a real honour for him to be here, and wouldn't be fantastic to see him roll back the years and go through the card today. Expertly refereed by Charlie Costafine there. Sounds like there's lots of jokes going on, lots of respect, but business starts now. I'm in the comms box with Laura Turner, who's enjoyed the first 6 games. Your thoughts so far, Laura?
Yeah, I think I will say it's kind of gone 98. To form, perhaps, and what we expected. I thought maybe Mario may have done a little bit better because he did play very well. Got 4 from 5 yesterday, and I just have to say, we know what Michael Huntley can do, but hasn't been able to reproduce it, and just
35.
Dropped his head on a few occasions, and understandably so. It's just been a real battle for him, especially at the doubling end. But our favourites coming into this group, Martin Adams and Justin Hood, they are doing what we expected them to do and topping the table.
Yeah, there's been a couple of tough battles of them. Obviously, they're both in Group A with Martin Adams win a couple of them games, but they were only by the odd leg 4-3. And sandwiched in between that was a big win for Mike Huntley over Martin Adams. So he won't be daunted by the task, but will be extremely disappointed how it's gone so far.
136.
But you have to start from somewhere, and he started very nice. He's got the darts in this match, and he hasn't led a game so far today. And maybe that'll be good if he can just get over the line here, where Wolfie's looking a lot more solid.
Michael, you require 127.
Didn't have to go for it, but I'm just looking to tee it up. And it's a good last start there. It's an impressive opening leg here from Mike Huntley. 12 darts after 28, but I think it's going to be a test of character, isn't it? It's going to be how he can bounce back and maintain 60. A level which can see him remain in contention.
Well, I like the fact that Martin has miscounted there, because he's left a bogey number on 166. So he's got all the time in the world he'll feel on this 28 finish. You may see him bust the score. And what I mean by bust is score over 7. He does that,
score.
And he'll go back to double 14, because that miscount from Martin means there's nothing he can do about that.
But this is where I worry a lot more for Mike Huntley, because his doubling has been what's let him down.
60. Michael, you require 28.
But one thing about dart, you're always given another chance. You can see him fighting with himself there. And there's just zero confidence from Mike on a double. And unfortunately, not an awful lot of confidence coming from the comms box as well. It's really difficult times from the very, very likeable Welshman. And typical Adams has got a dart at double 16, and this would be an absolute steal.
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Martin
that has
Adams.
got to hurt. Absolutely sublime. 106 there from Martin Adams. Need to see no reaction, but
Second leg, it's Martin's to throw first.
there's
Game
been
on.
a few too many legs like that even today from Huntley that they just hurt.
Yeah, no reaction and no eye contact as well, because sometimes you can hold your hand up. Martin was having none of that. Not my problem that you've missed doubles, son, is what he's saying to him.
140.
It's typical. When you've stolen a leg there, you just feel so good about your game all of a sudden. The pressure of then having to hold your throws gone. And difficult task
55.
for Huntley.
And I think maybe if you're Martin Adams, he has been afforded more opportunities, especially at the business end of legs, and been able to step in and take them, which is only going to build confidence based on the fact that that was the part that was kind of letting him down early on in the week.
55.
Yeah, he was getting punished and not coming back this time. Players are missing doubles and he's getting further opportunities so far. He'll want to be better than that, Martin. But look, no one's really put their head
95.
above the parapet this week so far. David Evans will be like saying, what are you talking about? I got 28 points out of 30. But he just was ultra consistent. He wasn't at his brilliant best, David Evans. He's probably sat there enjoying his time now in his hotel
100.
preparing for Saturday night. But he wasn't at his blistering best where the other players will be thinking he's the man to beat. So I'm still waiting for that one performance, that one play to say, I want this. I want to be there
100.
Saturday night and I want to be there next week.
You know, it's unusual not to kind of get to this stage and maybe not have a few ton plus averages. I think the highest we've had is around the 93 mark and haven't actually had an average over 90 yet today. So as you say,
60.
if someone just takes the ball by the horns and real chance of running away with the group.
And you have to fancy Justin Hood or Martin Adams to be that play because they'll be relaxed. 4 points already. Players like Mike Huntley, Mario
100.
Robert, they're just
Martin, you
searching
require
for a win. And what happens
146.
then, Laura? As you would know, all of a sudden you try too hard. A chance for Adams, he can't take it, but what he can do is leave it pretty. A treble will make him still a big favourite.
41.
However,
Michael, you
that one
require
means that Michael Huntley
151.
is really back in this leg.
$60. Martin, you require 105.
Well, we saw an opening leg on 106. Can Martin Adams follow up with a 105? On 90 left. So double 18.
69.
I don't know about you, Laura,
Michael,
but I
you
thought that was a
require
certainty
91.
to go. So, decisions for Huntley on 91. He's gone aggressive. That leaves 82. Now, for me, treble 14 should be the shot. And the reason I say that is because a bigger target.
51.
I have to say that's unlucky. That was a well-thrown dart
Martin, you
at
require
tops.
36.
Just didn't get the balance correct. Chance for Adams for 2-0.
$18. Michael, you require 40.
Yeah, so this would be to break back. Still searching out that first double. Oh, and is that awkward?
20. Martin, you require 18.
Yeah, more disappointment for Mike Huntley. 0 from 9 as Adams comes back for double 9.
$9. Michael, you require 20.
Yeah, chuntering away to himself, Martin, because, look, you probably don't need people watching me telling you that the big strength of his game for years was seeing out a leg. But for Mike Huntley now, that double
10.
will feel like a millimetre
Martin, you
size.
require 9.
There's nothing he can do. Try too hard. And you can just see him fighting with himself there. Just difficult watch. Time for Adams to put this to
Game
bed.
shot
He
on the
does that.
second leg.
He shrugs his
Martin
shoulder
Adams.
because part of you will be feeling for Mike. He's spent 4 days with him. You don't want to see your dad play feeling like
Third
Mike
leg, it's
is.
Michael to throw
Laura
first.
used the term earlier. It's the
Game on.
loneliest place in the world. And Mike Huntley is suffering right now.
And there's no there's no opportunity, is there, to sometimes when you have a longer match, you can step away, you can have that break, you
83.
can regroup, but you're in a short race to 4. There is nowhere to hide whatsoever.
Yeah, it's like a 60-metre sprint, and Mike Huntley, unfortunately, has had a couple of false starts so far.
100.
Martin will just do what he needs to do. Martin hasn't been at his brilliant best, but he's a couple of legs away from 3 out of 3. And then you start thinking about
137.
qualification then.
Yeah, Huntley just picked up the 4 wins in Group A. The maiden one on day
95.
1. That was against Martin Adams.
If there's one thing that's synonymous to Martin Adams, as you can see as he throws his darts there on his belt, is his actual dart case.
100.
He's one of them few players who pins that onto his belt. He's got the gold on his fingers and on his wrist there. But what's synonymous to him? And just to the left of him there on that screen is his dart case.
140.
There you see it there.
$140.
Well, Martin Adams has left this 166 a couple of times today. What we call a bogey. Can't be done. And when Mike Huntley sat in 41, he chuckles to himself.
55. Michael, you require 41.
Because Michael Huntley hasn't even looked like getting a double so far. And it's typical in the game of darts that he pings this first time.
Game show on the 3rd leg. Michael
Yeah, you
Huntley.
see that raise of the hands there, I think. Even Martin, yeah, just having a quick chat, a bit of a well done, I think, and not
4th leg, it's Martin
in any
to
other
throw
way, but
first.
supporting him, because I
Game
think we've
on.
all had those games where things just go completely wrong. But there's a leg on the board, still in the match.
He's in deep concentration behind
100.
there is Mike.
Yeah, that-
85.
I don't know what you think, but that 5 just screamed of just tension in the arm, in the elbow, because you just tried so hard to get yourself back into a match.
Yeah, I feel like Martin's throw right now is like, bend it like Adams. He just seems to be swinging. And look at the way that
76.
last start there. It's just when you let go of it and you think, hang on, that's not right. And you pull your arm back. And you can tell when Mike's playing well because it's just a fuller follow through. And what I mean by the follow through is their arm just finishing the
100.
process of the dart. I know these lads know exactly how they want to throw a dart. And it's all about timing. When all the
55.
components work and the process work, it's an easy game.
You sit here, it feels fine, doesn't it? But you know what it's like. You put you on the stage and it's completely different.
45.
I'm probably the world's worst for playing very well to qualify for something, and then the actual execution when it gets to the event you want, it's just not the same.
And I think that's where good people around you always helped. Like I said, I was going to cut my
55.
Lakeside trophy in half and give it to a guy called Dennis Coleman because he got me ready. It wasn't necessarily the darts or just nice to talk to someone on your level. And I think that's really important, or that you have the right people around you on that day when you're at Lakeside.
100.
And all about belief after that. As long as you've done the groundwork at home, be happy on the day. Expect the nerves in the first set. Don't think I'm going in there too nervous. That's normal. Your opponent will be nervous as well.
140.
That's 400 quid, you owe me.
Definitely racking up a bill with you today. Oh, Wolfie needs 75 for 3-1 lead.
99. Martin, you require
Might just-
75.
Behind him, ready to pounce.
Should be treble 17 start. It is. So a big 18, single 18. Just. And I
Game
tell you
shot
what,
on the
that's
fourth
all
leg.
because of the second
Martin
dart there, because
Adams.
you're thinking as you throw up a double top. That was just a little bit close for comfort.
Yeah, it's a little scare that
Fifth leg, it's
refocuses
Michael
the
to throw
mind.
first. Game on.
Yeah, that was the words I was looking for there. But that's exactly right. You forget about tops, you're thinking, I was a bit lucky there. And that's typical for Huntley right now. That luckless, I called him at the beginning.
100.
And with Adams 3-1, he doesn't often give up. A good front runner is this man. And once he sees that winning line, he's a tough man to beat.
60.
A game I used to play, Laura, before Lakeside, as well as have a guess who you're going to be playing. Who do you think? And then we'll look at the draw and
30.
see if you were right. I got it right once with Dean Reynolds.
Oh, really?
I said I was playing him like in an interview prior.
Yeah, it's a bit different now because the format for the women has changed and we're all kind of grouped. So there's the 8
80.
seeds that are already through to kind of the midweek, and then there's the other 16 of us. But I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure as how I could give you a name and possibly not even be able to draw them. So yeah,
100.
it'll be interesting. I know I won't have a seed straight away, but I could probably predict if I won a game who the seed might be.
Go on then, go for it.
Me and Lorraine have already said, we've had a chat. It's either going to be Lorraine or possibly Bo. That'll be my luck, one of those two. But they're all going to be tough.
140.
Knowing my luck, it will be Bo. Means you're telling yourself you can't beat her. We'll have less of that. You should go for Bull here.
95.
So you did the hard work on 2-7, want to go in the right way. The last dart should have been for a 25, and that would have left the big fish. Have you been
41.
Yeah, I
There
did
you
get
go.
one win over at the Women's Series.
There you go. But tell yourself you want to play it. As Mike Huntley is suddenly beginning to find his scoring boots.
100.
And leaves a nice and pretty, and Martin Adams be thinking 140, please.
Yeah, just looking to switch.
82. Michael, you required 76.
So single 16. Make sure of it this time. So tops.
56. Martin, you required
Just a
98.
little nervous look across to what Martin Adams needed. Treble 20 to start. Treble 18 will be his second go-to dart.
58. Michael, you required 20.
Oh, Huntley currently 1 from 15. Needs to move across. Just awkward, blocking the bed slightly with that first dart.
Yeah, that fantastic camera angle tells you how difficult this dart is now.
No score.
And just the way that camera, because
Martin,
it
you
looks
required
such
40.
a good marker, but his dart's kicked to the right as Martin Adams looks at double top. Martin Adams
shot,
is 3
and the
wins
match,
out of 3.
Martin Adams.
He's played Mike Huntley a couple of times this week, and you can just see the respect between them there. But the head is down for Michael Huntley at the moment. He's had such a tough day, but that's the opposite to Martin Adams, who's still unbeaten. As we just look at the tail, just look for Mike Huntley there. The problem there is evident. 1 from 18. He got the chances, but it was a tale of missed opportunities as Adams moves on. And next up, it's the favourite for the group. It's Justin Hood against Reece Colley.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Well, the unbeaten run continues for Martin Adams. And the player in your picture there, Justin Hood, can copy that. He's on 2 wins out of 2 so far. He was the group favourite coming into proceedings today against Rhys Colley. Had a difficult opening game, but he has bounced back after that loss to Martin Adams with a big win against Mario Robb, so he'll be feeling good about himself. 30-year-old is Justin Hood from Glastonbury. So a good journey, nickname Happy Feet, against the man from David from Dudley. 24-year-old Rhys Colley, real bright future.
First leg, it's Justin to throw first.
And he's
Game
identifying this as a real competition that he wants to do really well in. Just represented his country, and he's here this week to do some damage.
91.
But he's got a tough game here against Justin Hood, who rightfully is the favourite for this group. He's a real top-class performer and knows how to win here at the MODUS Super Series. A tough one to call, Laura?
Yeah, I think so. If you look at form, I think Justin Hood at the moment, he's coming in as the favourite. But Rhys, I've been impressed with Rhys. I think his best year really was 22 when
100.
he won that British Open. But subsequently, you know, he's been picked for England. He's still playing at a very good level. It's just what he can produce here and now.
45.
Yeah, it gets to this stage where Martin Adams, I'm sure, is watching this game thinking, come on, Rhys.
125.
I can guess it can kind of go one of 2 ways, couldn't it? Because a win for Justin puts them both on 6 points, but moves them both away from the rest of the field.
180.
Yeah, good shout, Laura.
I think from our point of view, I like it when it's all mixed up and it comes right down to the million permutations you can
58.
possibly have.
Well, there's a big permutation coming soon because the next game for Martin Adams will be against Justin Hood. So if Justin can win this game,
135.
which is a big ask,
Justin
Rhys has
require
thrown
127.
very nicely here. He'll go to treble 19. He can still finish. He's got the bullseye.
Game shot on the first
quality.
leg. Justin
And that
Hood.
is why Justin Hood is the favourite for Group C. Rhys Colley was sat pretty on a 2-darter there.
Second
That
leg, it's Rhys to
bullseye
throw
was
first.
a big
Game
moment
on.
for Justin Hood. I just sense there was a little bit of authority coming into this game. I think he realised it was a tough ask against Rhys.
100.
But a beautiful finish, Laura.
Yeah, very good indeed. 15-dart leg as well. Rhys will need to find a breaker throw. Set it up very
100.
nicely. Probably one of those shots that you think you might come back from, but no, Justin Hood, absolute brilliant finishing at perfect time.
134.
Yeah, we talked about this week about not looking at the dart. Well, if you'd have looked at the first dart, which I used to, and you've seen the big 20, then you're thinking he needs perfection of a treble 19 and bull.
140.
When you look down and you hear a game shot, them can hurt. It's like a kick in the solar plex.
100.
Terrific
91.
dart.
Reach
Because
the
even a
required
single 17 there would have left the
167.
treble 18 open bed for the finishes left. The battle of the big finishers. Rhys can't do it.
59.
And the fact he hasn't hit the treble
Justin
means Justin
required
Hood has a good
170.
chance here. We're waiting for that special moment on the big finish.
$56. Reach the
Yeah, Hood
required
replies without a treble
108.
himself, so 108 here for Colley.
$52. Justin, you require 114.
Interesting, Rhys has left 56, what he had last time. And interesting that Rhys, I'd be thinking, not again.
94.
Very nearly was again.
Reach the required 56.
This is a real indicator for me how Rhys is feeling. When you can kill legs off with finishes like that,
46.
and he's had his
Justin,
opportunities.
you required
Chance for
20.
Justin Hood to grab hold of this match.
Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
and he takes the opportunity
Justin
with
Hood.
both hands. Just think for the doubles with Rhys. We've seen it throughout the day. It's
Third leg, it's
changed.
Justin
It's
to
still
throw
slightly
first.
throwing. He's pulling
Game
very
on.
low whenever he's going for tops.
Yeah, it's as if he has two throws, doesn't it? One on his scoring
58.
and one on his doubles there. Just needs to be a little bit more relaxed on there. That looks really nice to watch as a dart player. See the follow through the hand
135.
at the end there, and you just don't get the sense that That's the same throw when it comes down to them doubles.
43. 93.
I've been impressed with Reese. Last time I was here, I was left a little bit disappointed with his performances, and he knew he had some big competitions to come.
56.
What experience he's had recently, and I think that's going to be good for him because as a young man, you don't always get the ups of the games.
100.
He's had some difficult times that he's dealt with, and maybe he's just coming out of that, and I can see real signs of improvement in him as a person and him as a dart player.
57.
And once again, Justin Hood on this third leg just doesn't seem to be able to find that initial consistency. It's like he goes 2-0 up and kind of just drops off slightly.
82.
Sure, Reese won't mind.
Yeah, it's a third leg syndrome for Justin Hood at the moment, isn't it? And you may be right. Sometimes you go 2-0 up and think, job well done.
93.
And all of a sudden
Reach
you look up and
required
you're 200 points
91.
behind your opponent. Is this going to be a wake-up call?
51. 97. Reach required 40. Game shot on the third leg. Reese Colley.
That's how to hit the double.
Fourth leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Reese at the moment just
97.
kind of tipping over the 90 average. As I say, we still haven't quite seen that level as yet, but good few points on his opponent.
123.
Should go downstairs.
59.
That's something for the game that I think's developed so much is just that level of board management. It's something you
59.
mentioned. You're looking to set up shots, but people are now looking back from like kind of 350 right the way down, whereas before
60.
it was kind of just pile in the scores and then work it out when you get to the other end.
Yeah, well, I think Martin Adams is typical of that. If he very, very rarely leaves that treble 20 bed, and he's got players
58.
around him, like I said, using the treble 17, the bullseyes, and playing the percentages. So you've got that old school player against this real
93.
modern way of using the board. So very, very well.
41.
Well, it was looking like a one-sided match at 2-0 with Justin Hood. He was looking really, really good. But for me, the better player is throwing his darts at the moment.
168.
Yeah, and that's another superb visit from Reese. Double 12 after
100.
15 darts.
Reach required 24.
Just throw that dart as if you're on a double. That was a well-thrown dart, just unlucky. You may see him just take his time. He just looks at the score. Justin's on min. He has to go up with this double 3.
Game shot on the fourth
What
leg.
a dart that is. And
Reese
look at the
Colley.
reaction. That tells you everything. We've got parity. It's 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on. $64.
And we've seen Justin lose legs already today, but rallies back so well. But I think
57.
he's playing a different player in Reese. I don't think he's had this kind of challenge yet throughout the day.
39.
It's a very relaxed throw. Does Justin, a very relaxed person. But what I like about that is that elevation of him, that upper
96.
body, just that little bit of elevation there. It's a good looking throw for Reese. For me, just needs a little bit of fine tuning. And the left hander, that is Justin Hood.
94.
One of the best attributes you can have is not to panic. You're not going to see too much reaction from Justin Hood.
100.
But he might need a little something right now because Reese Colley is just beginning to take control, Laura.
93.
Yeah, good last start again. Use of the 54. Opportunity here for Reese, as you say.
58.
Yeah, he does like to
99.
move around the board.
Yeah, one thing about Reese is that setup play. I'm one for keeping that body. So I'm looking at the nose there and the letter T.
100.
And it's keeping
Justin, you
very,
require
very still. You don't too
112.
much upper body movement. It's Justin Hood. 112 is a finish us players like to go for. Treble 20. Would have left double 16. So chance for Collie.
88.
And decisions
Reach your
which way he
required
wants to go.
90.
He opted for the 20 route, but yeah, you can see that frustration. He's carved out another
30.
opportunity to break the throw
Justin, you
and
require
handed it straight back to
24.
Justin.
Game show on the
Yeah,
fifth
Justin
leg.
does take it, and it's
Justin
3-2
Hood.
to Justin Hood.
Sixth leg, it's Reese to throw first.
Yeah, you would argue that Reese has been the better player in part of this game, but Justin Hood just seems to know how to win
139.
these games. He is a MODUS Super Series winner, a weekly winner. He knows how to do it. He knows he's not going to win the competition today. And the
96.
fact he's coming here as favourite, he's winning even without being at his brilliant best. Been an enjoyable game, this one. Good pace to it.
100.
Yeah, well, interestingly, every statistic is pointing in the direction of Reese. Higher average, more tons, 1140, 1180. But that checkout percentage, 75% for Justin Hood. He's taken those little opportunities when they've come along. I said little, but that 127 in that opening
56.
leg. He's just done it at the right time. 2 from 6 is still very good, but it's just those opportunities that Hood's been able to take. All about timing.
100.
Yeah, totally agree. And timing will be good here for a nice 174, Reese.
99.
He'll take that. He's in a good position. 140 points behind is Justin. This is looking good for 3-3.
96. Reach your required 107. $47. Justin, you require
Don't mind that. Leaves a
151.
two-darter. He can go back and prepare for this 60 finish because there's nothing that
64.
Justin can do
Reach
in
your
that
required
151.
60.
How will he leave this 60? Well, that's the perfect dart. Does he need to just a touch? He moves to the right.
Game show on the sixth
Smack
leg.
bang in the middle. We
Reese
are
Colley.
going all the way.
Yeah, and it
Seventh
doesn't
final
surprise
leg.
me.
It's Justin to
As
throw
we
first.
were kind of
Game
alluding
on.
to beforehand, I think Reese is the first bigger challenge for Justin Hood so far today.
100.
Yeah, we've played 6 legs and still only 12 minutes into this match. It's played at a rapid pace. Two players will like to get on with it. I think they're suiting each other.
131.
It's very, very much in the balance, and every dart like that first one there. There's big
39.
connotations to the result of this match, and all of a sudden now it's advantage Reese Colley.
55. $134.
Yeah, that's a solid visit. I would say under pressure, but like you say, there is just nothing there for, there's no reaction, just seems to still
58.
maintain that level-headedness.
Yeah, when he becomes to be second best, he just seems to find that double, that couple of treble visit. You just feel like there's more in the locker as well for Justin Hood. And in the space of
96.
6 darts has gone from being second best to a clear favourite.
61.
And that could make
Justin,
all the
you
difference,
require
Laura, in this 1-3-2. He
132.
doesn't need to go the bullseye route. A score of 100, and that's what he's thinking right now. What's his decision?
Yeah, sensible.
92.
Just set it up nicely. Still had the opportunity to take it out in a different route, but leaves himself on tops.
60. Justin, you require 40. $30.
Unexpected.
Reach your required
Still a
136.
very big ask for Reese Colley, but he's got a chance. What a dart that is.
96.
I
Justin,
think
you
he fancied
required
that
10.
second dart. Once again, this is still not a gimme. You can just see the facial expressions there. He doesn't fancy double five, and that's the reason why. It's going down to a last dart at Madhouse.
No score. Reach your required 40.
Well, for the majority of this game, Laura, Reece Colley was the better player. But for the last 6 darts, you felt it was only for Justin Hood to win. Reece Colley's got an unexpected chance
Game,
and
shot,
takes that chance.
And the match.
It
Reece
went all the
Colley.
way. It was a good battle between two good friends, played at a really good pace. But it's the man from Dudley that gets over the winning line. Went all the full 7 legs. You can see the respect between them. Not an awful lot. 85.24 average from Reece Colley. They're very, very good on the doubles. The 1-2-7 from Justin Hood means that Martin Adams is now the only unbeaten player in this Group C. As next up, it's Kevin Dowling against Mario Robb.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Yeah, welcome back to the Super Series where we are at game number 9 where Kev Dowling is taking on Mario Robb. Mario yet to secure a win today. Kev Dowling did win his opening match but didn't win his one after. So all to play for these two players. Mario has had some difficulty with his doubling. That has been what's let him down, but that has also been what has carried him through most of the week. So needs to find that. And there you can see Kev Dowling, 58-year-old from Coventry, nicknamed the Bounty Hunter. Mario Robb from Tilburg, the Irish Open champion, the Dutch robot. And if you're only just tuning in, 1, I would ask why, but 2, you'll understand why he's called the Dutch robot.
First leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Pleased to be joined here with Glenn Durrant. And I was just saying, this is a must-win match for both these players.
Yeah, I'm a little bit disappointed in Mario Robb, if truth be told. You know, I seen him this morning, said same again as yesterday because we did watch a player who had a difficult couple of days, but yesterday he was just beginning to look like a real player. And I think our conclusion yesterday was he's now become an integral part of this Group C and a potential qualifier.
45.
And he's messed about with his throw, the pace of it from slow to super quick. And yeah, disappointed. I'm not. I think is the best word I can say. I expected more. Laura.
100.
Yeah, and as I was saying, it's the key element that's probably propelled him throughout his matches is his finishing, and that's what's deserted him today. So the combination of not being able to power score and now losing that
45.
doubling ability, it's just made everything very difficult, and that is why he sat at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, and Kev Dowling, just one of the nicest men in darts. You couldn't find a real steely determination when he's up there,
100.
which you need to have the career that Kev's had. I used to love reading his reports of when he travelled with it on the PDC, the Challenge Tour, of various places. It was always a very, very good read. He's just someone that you want to see do well. I don't think he's been at his blisteringly best today. And like I said, as Laura alluded to there, you'd probably fancy Kev in this game. It would make him move to 4 points and keep him interested in this group. But for Mario, something has to happen, and it has to happen now.
100.
And I think for Kev, what he needs really out of this game, it's just a bit of consistency. I know he mentioned to you before, that's probably where he's been struggling. So just a nice, sounds easy here, but a nice treble of visit, keeping them straight, trying not to drift too much, and just finishing within a throw.
$42. Mario, you require 108.
Many options on the 108. And you can start from the 20s all the way down to the 16s, but it's the 20s he goes for, leaves 88. He can't finish. Chance for Dowling here.
41.
It is on throw.
Kevin, you require 40. $20.
I just had a sense that this game
Mario,
could be a little bit
67.
scrappy. I haven't seen the best of Kev yet, and Mario's, who stated, seems to be all over. This was his forte the first 3 days. And once again, just scrapes into that 10, which usually means the top scores, but not on this.
Kevin, you require
occasion.
20.
A chance for the Warwickshire man.
Just came in a bit too much, so double 5.
10. Mario, you require
6
20.
minutes starts from Kev at the double. Offers up another opportunity for this man here.
Game shot on the first leg.
We're
Mario
waiting for
Rob.
something for Mario to do, but maybe it's the misfortune of others that might have been the catalyst for him. The fact that Kev's missed all them darts at a double.
First.
Could that be the settling? Could that be the mechanism for Mario to provide the darts? Because he has demonstrated his real qualities. He's got excellent skills
58.
as a dart player, as Mario's played at the very highest level, albeit, 10, 15 years ago. He's on this comeback trail. He's going to European Q School in January. He'll have learnt an awful lot about himself this week.
123.
He'll be frustrated how it's going today. However, the missed darts there by Kev Down has given Mario an opportunity. Can he kick on from there?
68.
European Championship starts tonight, Laura. Who do you fancy for the win in that one?
It's a difficult one. I'd love to see a good run from Ross Smith, I'll be honest. I think, Ross coming in as defending champion.
34.
I think it's the kind of tournament that suits him as well. And I think he's just he's had such an up and down career, which, and to see him progress, I'm really pleased. But
29.
It's another one of those tournaments. It's such a hard one to call.
Yeah, I looked at the draw. I was on a podcast last night for what I didn't realise. The podcast was someone who lives very, very close to me. So I did some
100.
Sort of tipping last night, and I had value for money. I went for Ross Smith.
I promise I hadn't heard it.
Oh, there was millions and millions, about 12 people listening.
140.
Yeah, I was asked the question, who's got the best A game? And, if Michael van Gerwen wants to win it, he can win it and will win it. But I just got a funny feeling this time of the year. This is when Gerwin Price suddenly sort of kicks in. And when you think of the Grand Slam, you think of Gerwin as well. And
100.
just the crowds
Kevin,
over in Germany could be the only thing that
144.
could stop him there. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see as Kev Down looks at 144. Couldn't buy a double in the last leg. Would have been typical there for the 144 to go, but a chance for Mario.
Mario, you require 106.
Treble 18. So Kev back for
98.
48.
Kevin, you require
That's
48.
6 darts for the opening leg. Yeah,
32.
the doubling woes still continue for Kev
Mario, you
Dowling.
require 8.
Yeah, Mario up to leave his luck so far because
Game shot on the
could have
second
been very
leg.
easily
Mario Rob.
Kevin leading 2-0 at this stage, and when you go back as a player, you think maybe luck's on my side. And penny for
Third
your
leg, it's
thoughts,
Kevin to
Kevin
throw
Dowling.
first. Game on. $43.
Yeah, this is really where you need to rally. It's the midpoint of the game, especially if you're Kev. Getting over the disappointment of carving out the opportunities, not being able to take them. You need that kind of bounce
60.
back ability. And it's sometimes quite hard when you're up there.
It's quite hard because you just feel like when he gets down to a double at the moment, when you're on a 0 from 8, it's tough enough getting down in this modern game, getting down to the double against your
60.
opponents. But when you've got 0 confidence, you can see the head shaker, which is not often from the gentleman that is Kev. Two players not at ease with the game right now. Mario Rob just maybe needed something. I expected that maybe like an 11 dart from himself. It just seemed to look a little bit chipper when Kevin started missing them doubles in the first
95.
leg. He's in control, 40 points clear with darts to come here for a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, sometimes it gives you that confidence boost, just having a couple of legs on the board.
100.
Not constantly fighting or battling from behind.
Yeah, when you're stood behind an opponent, you can clearly see you're struggling. You sort of relax a little bit. The game just feels a little bit easier.
139. Mario required
really beautiful follow through
161.
with the dart there. Could look at Bull.
59.
The reason
Kevin
being, it would have left a 2 dart to a 96
164.
had he hit the 25. Gets to a stage where you think something special from Kev needed. Well, he's on his way. Bullseye at a 164.
139. Mario required 102.
Oh, the width of a wire.
And what would really hurt is if this goes 87 left, so look at treble 17.
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, that
Mario
is
Rob.
exceptional finishing at this stage of the match from Rob. That has got to hurt Kev Dowling, just narrowly missing the 164, and then Mario Rob out
Fourth
with
leg,
a
it's Mario's
102.
throw first.
Well,
Game on.
I said Kevin Dowling was one of the nicest men in darts, and what I witnessed there was the reason why. You'd be hurting by missing that bull. You look round, you get your water.
140.
Don't expect your opponent to check out 1 or 2 the way Mario's been playing today, yet he still stood there and said, great darts, Mario. What a man. What a gentleman this man is, Kev.
26.
And this, I guess this match is possibly more in tune with what we've seen from Mario in terms of his performance. Yes, he's been afforded a lot
60.
of opportunities, but he's at 50% on his checkouts here, which is in keeping with what we've seen throughout the week. He's been given those opportunities and now starting to take them.
81.
And interesting, Mario's got Mike Huntley next. So as difficult a start he had, he could be in about an hour's time. I've played 4-1-2 because he just looks like a different man all of a sudden.
140.
Yeah, because although we've mentioned Kev's having some real serious double trouble
100.
in this match, Huntley
Mario
most certainly
required
has throughout the
161.
whole of the afternoon session.
Well, things were looking pretty desperate for Mario Rob about 20 minutes ago. But he's 1 dart
121.
away from a whitewash win here. And he will definitely have his eyes on his next game where all of a sudden, is he back in with a shout in this Group C?
140. Mario required 40.
Tops for the Dutchman. And a much more polished performance. Can he get his first 2 points? Yes,
Game,
he
shot,
can. Mario
and the
Rob has had a
match,
difficult
Mario
day so
Rob.
far. But that's a huge victory over the gentleman that is Kev Dowling. Once again, magnanimous in defeat, like he always is. But the Dutch robot will be a relieved man. Can he get his campaign up and running with darts like that? He can, because his finishing was so much better, akin to what we've seen so far from Mario Rob. He gets his first 2 points of the day. big, big game coming. The two unbeaten players. Don't miss this one. Martin Adams against Justin Hood.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back. Well, what a turnaround for Mario Robb before the break there. A 4-0 win after a losing start to today. Maybe reflective of his Group A campaign. We'll show you all of the results so far. 9 matches played, 6 still to come. And Reece Colley getting that 4-3 win over Justin Hood just before that as well has made things a little more interesting in this group. He'd beaten Mario Robb 4-0 himself. Martin Adams has won all of his games so far, and he's going to take on Justin Hood in the next game. Now, that pair are the top 2 in the table and were the bookies' favourites coming into this group. In fact, Hood was the favourite, Martin Adams' second favourite, but he could remain unbeaten if he can get the better of him here. So I'll hand you back to our commentary team. It's Laura Turner alongside Glenn Durrant.
Thank you very much, Chris. Really looking forward to this game. I did expect it to be a battle of the unbeaten players. However, the man in your picture, Justin Hood, there was on the wrong end of a 7-leg thriller against Reece Colley. Whereas Martin Adams, you have to feel if he can get past Justin Hood here, he could be very, very close to the perfect day. 5 wins out of 5. And when I chatted to him at 9 o'clock this morning, I quite simply said, hit your doubles, Martin. He said, how can I win games today, Glenn? Well, he's hit his doubles today and is sat very, very pretty. And this will feel
First
like
leg,
a
it's
game
Martin to throw first.
where he's at.
Game on.
Because 4 wins out of 4 here, Laura Turner. And very much almost the perfect day for Wolfie.
Yeah, and it's been a strange day. I think from the perspective of all players, haven't had any one standout player. Probably like the campaign from Dave
55.
Evans this week. What has stood out is the wins, and that's what Wolfie's done. He's got the opportunities, he's taken the opportunities, he's definitely improved his doubling statistics, and that's why he's currently sat top of the table. But this is a new challenge. This is another big one for both of them, really.
Yeah, I made a strange conclusion yesterday saying it was a very competitive Group A. Yet we had a player 10 points clear ahead, but even David Evans wasn't at his blisteringly best. He was just round about that 85 to 89 mark, which people just couldn't beat. He just remained in that area, and that's how he won his games there. I haven't seen anyone, which is telling me I want to, not only put on a performance, but I want to win it on Saturday night. And like I said, for me, went at the beginning of the week, a lot of the real big hitters are tonight. I mean, when you look at that group there of
100,
Dan Lowby, just an amazing play. He can average 120, then average 70. Steve West, who's not only a potential winner for this week, but a real potential winner for Champions Week if he can get there. Robert Thornton.
94.
What a CV. It's only when you sort of self-reflect and look back at what he's won, it's up there with the very best. Stefan Schroeder, maybe he'll be looking at, he wanted to be in Group B. He wanted to test himself.
55.
Last but certainly not least, the Queen of the Palace, Fallon Sherrick, and I'm really, really excited for that Group B campaign.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. And when you think Fallon's actually had the highest average, I know averages are just an indicator, but when they're consistently kind of mid-70s to mid-80s, we've had a few over 90. I think it makes the group so open and so competitive.
I didn't doubt her motivation, but at times I was thinking, I think she'd rather be somewhere else. I think we'll see the best of Fallon Sherrock tonight. As tough as that
41.
group is.
Justin, you
I think
require
she qualifies.
118.
Justin will start in the 20s. And a big 18. And this would be a really nice finish.
98. Martin, you require 115.
Now, Martins doesn't often leave that treble turn, but I do prefer the 19s for a start on that. Would have been treble 19, double 19. He likes to prove me wrong.
59.
A chance for Justin
Justin, you
Hood for a
require
break
20.
throw.
No score.
And we've seen
Martin,
this a
you
few times from
require
Justin,
56.
just every so often, doubling especially, just goes a bit wild.
I don't know how match sharp he is. Maybe if there's an interview at the end.
Aim shot on the first leg.
But
Martin
that's
Adams.
the difference in Martin Adams this week. His doubles were, probably in his words,
Second
awful.
leg, it's Justin to throw first.
But he's
Game
getting
on.
chances today, and he's taken them. This is turning out to be a very nice day for the legend that is Martin Wolfie Adams.
60.
Now you see that hand again, just trying to bend it. Probably just
100.
realised once he'd let it go, not quite going in the right direction.
Yeah, we talked about longevity, and I think Martin Adams' throw, if we looked at the side on view from the
100.
mid-90s, you wouldn't see an awful lot of difference. Maybe a different barrel, a different flight maybe. But the beauty and my reasoning of why he's still playing fantastic darts at the age of 67 was that beautiful throw, and how simple can it
90.
be? Let's just have a look how simple this throw is on the
133.
side on. Nice balance. Gets his balance first. Opens up and through that same line. Have a little look the way he pulls that dart back. And at his best, he'll throw through that same line. The difference of Martin Adams, the throw hasn't
21.
changed, but the lateral drift into the 5s and 1s, which is telling me that line he's pushing through, is just maybe off-piste a little bit.
39.
I guess for a few of these players coming into it, they could perhaps, as you mentioned before, just maybe not be as match sharp as what they would necessarily have liked. Martin has had a few days here, of course, but
30.
if you haven't had that kind of big run up of practice beforehand, or you've dropped off for a while, then it takes a while to get back into it, and it's a lot of practice. There's a lot to maintain when you're playing darts.
97.
It's a tough world of darts these days, and if you come in just based on your talent, you're going to struggle. But the great man will keep on fighting. Like I said, he's seen everything in the game.
180.
Is why we put the side on
Justin
view,
requires
because we're waiting for
72.
the max, weren't we, Martin? Double 12.
60.
Once again,
Martin
plays a
require
missing dart at a
80.
double against Martin Adams. Can he punish Laura?
We've seen him punish already today. 80 required. Traditional, as expected, single 20 for tops.
60.
Just tried to push it
Justin,
through,
you
and
require
just see a bit of
12.
frustration there.
Game shot on the second leg.
Yeah, and that's a
Justin
well-measured dart
Hood.
there from Justin Hood. One apiece.
Third leg,
And
it's
just
Martin to
based
throw
on
first.
both these players and how they
Game
perform
on.
throughout the day and where they are in the table, again, this is another game that wouldn't surprise me if it does go all the way.
Yeah, we have the in-play table as well, which is changing by the moment, of course. But look, Martin Adams is used to looking at a table when he goes back to that plays airways
180.
in the bottom half. When he sat looking at himself at the top now, he's involved in a real battle here, a real duel.
58.
He opens up with his second. He's been so good on the 180s this week. That's a box that can be ticked.
$140.
Yeah, really solid leg here from Martin Adams to hit back against Justin Hood.
99.
When you think of the evolution of the MODUS Super Series, I think that 9 dart he hit from his office in the early days when the MODUS Super Series was playing online, and then he hit the 9 dart, of course, at Southampton. And every time a 180 goes in with the first 3 darts,
38.
you're thinking of the hat trick.
Perhaps saving it for a bit later, maybe Friday.
93. Martin, you require
Maybe Champions Week.
143.
Obviously, got a long way to go until we decide who's finally there, but definitely finding some form, Martin Adams.
$81.
Yeah, we had Adams Cam on this week because he was pulling some funny faces and we were laughing in there. But today it just feels like it's business. He knows he can qualify from this group right now.
121.
Away to
Martin, you
himself
require 62.
But this was his forte. You just expected the game shot to go in after this 62 finish. Will it be the same again now?
Game shot on the third leg.
Yeah, it will.
Martin Adams.
Say, just really improved 50% once again on finishing.
Fourth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on. $77.
Yeah, I tell you what, Laura, it's been a good day for Justin Hood, and then all of a sudden if it's a couple of defeats to Reese and Martin here, if it happens, all of a sudden he's looking over his shoulder again. He was a big favourite for this Group C.
60.
I fancied him to win it, and all of a sudden things aren't going his way.
Well, yeah, just in the same way as Mario Robb had such a bad start. He has now got that win, and another win against Huntley a bit later on, and a loss here for Justin. It could see the whole table reshaped.
Yeah, it's Mario Robb is
180.
got a quick turn as another 180 from Martin Adams. Played a game this week where he had 5 180s in the match.
134.
Looking around the record books at one point. That was a beautiful dart, albeit not a treble 20. And that's my belief. If you just sit your dart
100.
above the treble, hopefully they go in because of that arc that he throws the dart there. If not, feed off the first dart.
140. Martin, you require 161.
Interesting little shake of head though. That's telling me he fancied that. And that's not how he was
45.
feeling. Should have gone bull on
Justin, you
there. We talked
require
about
76.
board management. We talk about how he doesn't often deviate off the trebles. I believe it's to his detriment at times. But I'll let you tell him, Laura.
56.
Yeah, I think he's done okay
Martin,
with
you
it, but I know exactly what you
160.
mean. He's very persistent when it comes to hitting that treble 20, and sometimes there are other options, but 16 here leaves him an opportunity for tops.
76. Justin, you required 20.
That was well thrown as well. And I think his hand alignment, he thought that had a chance. Justin Hood, very good on double 10.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That
Justin
what you call
Hood.
a camera angle, the way he used that first dart as a real guide. It's parity, it's 2-2. Laura felt it was going to go the distance.
Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw
it's looking good
first.
that that's the case.
Game on.
Nothing to separate them. Stop it, Martin. Stop it.
140.
Yeah, had 3 maximums already. Was looking quite good for a fourth there. I'm blaming you.
57.
Really Hemar tipping.
I've heard about this.
I am so bad. I even got a message off Damon Hetter once in. It's very nice, Glenn, that you're tipping me to win the tournament. But can you stop it now, please?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say I've had
100.
the best luck, although I have picked a couple of winners here. That's when I found out that I'd already done better than you, and I'd only been here a few weeks.
60.
Yeah, Scott Mitchell was cheating this week. I was saying, do you think this will go? And he was actually waiting for the darts to go in before he answered.
$96. $60.
Well thrown darts. 0 reward.
Yeah, but Justin not really making the most of it.
78. Martin, you require
Good last start to leave the
141.
170, but 141 here for Martin Adams. Treble 19. Leaves him double 12.
Game shot
And that is a fantastic finish there from Martin Adams.
And that's not a holster in his pocket there. That is his dart case. But
Sixth leg, it's Justin to throw first.
1-4-1 from
Game
Adams
on.
there. Rolling back the years.
He's warming up to the 9. He's had the first 180. I'm pretty sure he would have had a
57.
second throw 180. Now he's finished off with the 141. We just need them all together.
Yes, the beginning, the middle, and the end. Will this be the moment?
$125. $180.
When he gets it right, he makes it look ridiculously easy, doesn't he, Justin Hood?
It's very natural, isn't it? Very, to relax. It's an easy looking throw.
Yeah, you feel like when Martin throws, every dart is thrown with real
50.
vigour, real determination. Whereas Justin, you feel, can throw them underarm at his best.
$77.
So much open bed there. Thought that was going.
100.
Just keeps him involved. It's advantage Hood. Setting it up very, very nicely. This is an excellent leg of
139.
darts from Justin Hood, just when he needed it. When you called it, Laura, you felt it was going to go the distance. We're 2 darts away from that. Unless Martin can put an awful lot of pressure on this 48 finish. Well, he will do. There's no more he can do than that.
123. Justin, you require 48.
Well, this would be for a level match. And we would be down to a 1-leg shootout. Double 16, so double 8.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And just makes
Justin
it
Hood.
look so easy there, Justin Hood. But we are 3 apiece and we do have a 1-leg shootout.
Yeah,
7th and
both have
final
played
leg.
for
It's
England
Martin
and
to throw
they've
first.
both played in a competition
on.
which is, you have a 1 leg on, 1 leg off, and that's the way I used to treat these games. I used to pretend I was back playing local league, where it's just that 1 leg shoot. I've got the darts, and I always feel the first 3 darts, and good first dart from Wolfie there.
100.
He'll take that. A treble a visit means that your opponent has to hit 2.
$96.
So again, that kind of urgency, that pressure will just flip from one player to the other as Martin tries to find a treble 20 himself. Most players would probably switch, but
60.
again, that persistence clatters him into the flights and denies him a treble 20.
Yeah, my role as a pundit now, but you know, who am I to tell Martin Adams, who's CV's up there
134.
with the very best ever, but I just think he can modernise that part of it and just use the treble 19 just a little bit more. Advantage Hood right now, he's 70 points ahead. Again, that treble 20 is so covered. But that's a special. That's why he
140.
perseveres. That's why he does it. That to be his argument back to you. And from 70 points behind, he's 70 points ahead.
43.
Yeah, and Hood unable to respond. So in a game that has gone back and forth, it's Adams once again with the advantage.
$83.
That is gold dust, that last dart. That treble one at the beginning looked a bit of a nervy dart. You could see Justin Hood fighting with himself. And that is terrific.
123.
Just
Martin
the
McCoy,
understanding that
180.
18s was the right shot, and to complement with a treble of... Going to leave a very tidy finish is Adams.
86.
Justin Hood up to the challenge.
Justin
This is for
McCoy,
the match.
105.
Classy finish from a fantastic player.
Justin Hood.
That was a really enjoyable game. Happy Feet is absolutely delighted as he dances to victory. And as Martin Adams always is, he'll be left a touch frustrated there because he was looking good for 4 wins out of 4. But Justin Hood is happy with that win, and that is under that amount of pressure. That double 60 at the end puts his campaign back on track. A really good game, an enjoyable game. The best game of the game so far. The 1-4-1 from Martin Adams. However, for me, the finish of the match there was that 105 at the end from Justin Hood. A fantastic game. And it's over to Mario Robb. He's back on next against Mike Huntley.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play, play safe at Bet365.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we've just witnessed an absolute cracker of a game between two of the favourites for Group C, Justin Hood and Martin Adams. It went right down to the wire, but a sensational 105 finish from Justin Hood.
First leg,
got
it's Mario
his campaign back and running.
Game on.
Mario Robb, in your picture there, had a tough start to the day, but really put on a terrific performance in his last game against Kev Dowling. And will fancy his chances against Mike Huntley here, who's... Yeah, let's be honest, we've had such a tough day. It's the 4th time they've played each other this week, so they'll know each other's game. But you'd have to fancy Mario Robb going into this one, or are we going to see the very best of Mike Huntley, who came into this week full of hope and expectation? It just hasn't gone his way, Laura Turner.
No, it really, really hasn't. And today of all days, the doubling especially has really,
45.
really deserted him. Last match, he lost 4-1 to Martin Adams, was 1 from 18, and just will need to just focus, improve on that. Won't want to be leaving today without any points on the board.
79. $100.
Well, on Monday, Mike opened up with a big victory over Mario Robb when things were going well for him at that stage, but in the head-to-head, Mario did win the next 2 matches on Tuesday and Wednesday. Like I said, he probably comes into this game feeling a little bit better than Mike.
40.
However, the MODUS Super Series does come up with some strange results at times, and it wouldn't be any shock whatsoever if Mike can win this game. But you just feel like Mario's beginning to find his mojo again.
125.
Just think the match prior to this one against Kev Dowling, 1-4-0. That result probably didn't reflect how the match was because Dowling himself, 0 from 9, missed lots of early opportunities.
131.
But just seemed to be something at 2-0 up that just inspired Mario and just kicked on and carried on in this match.
Yeah, we were expecting
41.
something for Mario to do to inspire him. But like I said, it was the misfortune of Kev that really seemed to kickstart him, and he has a real determination about him in this one. Mike, if
100.
If truth be told, just looks a little
Mario
bit shell-shocked at the
90.
moment.
$52. Michael, you require
Slightly wild attempt
146.
at the bullseye.
But nothing Mike can do. And I guess the only decision for Mario, does he go directly for double
60.
19?
Mario, you require
Or
38.
is he going to hit a single number for double? Looks like he's splitting. And it's 2 darts at double 16.
6.
And
Michael, you
the
require
little wry smile, he's
86.
thinking, should have gone for double 19.
The worst one is when you go to split it and then miss that single number. Then you definitely should have gone directly for it.
Double 16. And
54.
after that first dart there,
Mario, you require
because
32.
doubles have just deserted Mike today. Wowza.
24.
Rushed, hurried,
Michael, you require
no
32.
conviction. Disappointing there for Mario. Chance for Mike.
Game shot on the
It was
first
the misfortune
leg.
of Kev
Michael
Dowling that
Huntley.
helped Mario in the last game. Could it be the misfortune of Mario that helps Mike in this game, because it's not often that we've said
Second
today
leg, it's Michael
that
to
Mike
throw
leads
first.
this match.
Game on.
No, and sometimes you need a little bit of luck in terms of your opponent missing. But
125.
I think for him, that's got to be a massive dart because it's been a while since he's been able to check out on a leg that quickly.
45.
Yeah, it's roles reversal to the last game. All of a sudden, Mario's now looking ragged. There's Mike beginning to find his scoring boots.
55. $140.
When I watch Mario, sometimes when he's throwing, you can almost tell there's this more positivity in the terms of his action and where it, and then
140.
reflects in where it lands in the board.
And I think that's right. You know, eyes on the prize and aim for where you're throwing. Like I said, there's a real conviction, as you
180.
absolutely correctly state.
$81. Mario, you require 136.
Like a dart, even the pair of them. And like I said, Mario's had some sensational finishes this week. 167 and the 140 were the two highlights for me. But this one means 2 clean treble 20s needed, not to beat.
42. Michael, you require 100.
So tops for a 2-0 lead. Double 19, and Mike doesn't have really the option to split here because Mario's just behind on 94, so has to go for double 19.
62. Mario, you require 94.
And when you feel like everything's against you and something like that happens, you know, it's just feels even bigger.
Yeah, went for the double-double there.
54.
All he can do is leave himself tops. And
Michael, you
the
require
same scenario
38.
for Mike. Does he split? Or does he go directly for double 19? That may be the first out of the double 19 was the reason why he split here.
Game
2-0
shot on
to
the
Huntley.
second leg. Michael
One
Huntley.
from Glamorgan leads. in a match very reminiscent of the game that Mario's thinking about right now. He's thinking, I
Third
should
leg,
be
it's
2-0
Mario's
up.
throw first.
In my last
Game
game,
on.
I should have been 2-0 down.
$45.
Well, the 3/4 of day one in this Group C over. Laura, who do you fancy? Who do you think will be the two players who'll be going to Saturday night?
Me personally, I still think it's between three strong contenders. Martin and Justin, they
80.
look great, but I liked how Reese played just a minute ago. So I'm not necessarily sitting on the fence, but, you know, Martin and Justin to me probably are the two strongest at the moment. But Reese did really perform very well earlier.
It would have been my answer word for word. Reese has come into contention, whereas this morning, if I was asked the question, I would have said Martin and
41.
Justin.
$41.
Yeah, and after some strong scoring from Mario,
45.
both players, especially in this leg, just seem to have dropped off slightly.
Yeah, that belief he had in the last match with Kev, which we could see growing during the game, it just seems to be eradicated. And he's back to the player that opened up
100.
proceedings today, and it's looking good for Mike Huntley at this moment. Mario needs 140 minimum.
Max
would be nice.
180. Mark, you require 160. $45. Mario, you require 110.
40 seconds ago, Mario Robb was not even in this leg of darts. However, that 180 has now made him a favourite. Treble 18 should be the shot. Just falls a little short, but leaves it
86.
very, very nicely.
Michael, you
Big ask
require
for Huntley.
115.
Big 18. He's going to get a dart that tops your feel. Just double checking it is the way. That's certainly clean and clinical.
Yeah, just taking his time.
95.
And maybe just a lack of rhythm there will frustrate
Mario,
him.
you
But he did
require
everything right by
24.
standing back. But a chance for Mario to get back in this game. What an angle that is.
18. Michael, you require 20.
For 3-0.
Yeah, and it's awkward. It's gone to the right. You can see that they really
10.
do block that side of the board.
Mario, you require 6. Game shot on the third leg. Mario Robb.
Yeah, and that's not one of the easiest doubles, but we have seen it hit a few times today. I don't know, maybe it's just me. I
Fourth
have a
leg, it's
complex
Michael to
of
throw
double
first.
three, but
Game on.
Only the greats win Lakeside by hitting double three to win it.
yeah, I guess
100.
it's no one's go-to, but you got to hit what's in front of you.
Yeah, double 10 was my Achilles heel. Hated it. I never spoke to
100.
Casey Gallagher ever again because in a mixed pairs I went 4-8, and she thought I was doing it on purpose to lose the game because I wanted to. I just hated double 10 that much. At times I would go
78.
4-8.
Yeah, you're not in bad company. I think it was quite a long time. Mervyn King and his dislike for tops would do exactly the same thing to switch to a 32. So,
95.
and it's strange because they're all the same size. Okay, they're positioned slightly differently, but that shouldn't be the biggest difference. It becomes very psychological.
Yeah, it's exactly what Scott Mitchell said this week. And that's,
89.
we talked about the fact that Martin Adams just so, if there's a double, they'll hit it, even if your opponent's on 400. And Martin's philosophy is that, well,
65.
all the doubles are the same size, so why not? It's a good angle where you can see there that Mike holds his stem and the dart.
41.
Charlie Costa in there. Our referee.
45.
There he is, doing an amazing job as always. As Mike Huntley looks at 193, he'd be thinking 6 darts to go, 3-1 up. Just sort of floated that second dart, didn't he?
60.
Yeah, and the game's just starting to feel quite edgy. I think they're kind of must-wins for both these players, especially in their own minds, and almost forcing the issue and making mistakes.
I have a horrible feeling that one of these two players will come out tomorrow when they can't qualify and demonstrate how easy and how well they're playing.
109.
Well, that's superb there from Mike Huntley, because 96 takes a treble 20 to start. Doesn't get it. He likes a double-double, but not to be. Chance for Huntley for 3-1.
60. Michael, you required 24. Game shot on the 4th leg.
Yeah, 3-1 it is.
Michael Huntley.
Now Michael Huntley within one leg of his first match of today.
5th leg, it's Mario to throw first. Game on. $25.
Yeah, we'll look at the in-play table, which we'll probably use a little bit more tomorrow, but there's the 3 protagonists who we feel it's 2 from 3 here in the comms box. I feel that one of them
100.
will miss out. And Reece Colley can join that figure of 6 points in his next game against Kev Down, and will be a big favourite for that game.
Yeah, Kev's not really found his form
60.
as we would expect it as yet. Has got that one win on the table, but Reece definitely has upped his game as the day's gone on.
100.
Well, I'm calling it now. That will have 3 players on 8 points overnight. There you go.
Yeah, I wouldn't go against that.
I would, the way I tip.
I know. I've just thought that as soon as I've said it, I thought, now, you know, it's going to be someone.
Go the opposite, Laura.
It's going to be someone completely left field that comes in and tops the table.
43.
Should be downstairs, but a 3 went up in front in the match. It doesn't need to go this way. Now he wishes he hadn't.
49. $40.
Lack of belief. There's just something, yeah, that me and Laura just sort of looking at each other there. Just something missing from Mario. I just think he needs to grit his teeth, because there's nothing that Mike's doing. All you're doing is giving your opponent that feel-good factor. Mike is being absolutely through it. But
85.
for the man from Glamorgan,
Michael, you
is
require
76 points away from victory.
Yeah, went for the treble 17. Could have gone 25 ball, but either way, went into the 2, and it's a bit of a disastrous attempt for setting up. So 148 here for Mario Robb. But not to be on this occasion.
100.
Great darts, and Mario does put some pressure on Mike. I mean, he will be thinking it's for his first win of the day. You have to think it's to keep his hopes alive, to be fair. It's a must win. And it's going to be tops.
34. Mario, you require 48.
2 players really struggling to hit their doubles, and Mario is struggling to hit a big number.
16.
Not enough conviction. Mario Robb.
20.
Mike Huntley will be back for double 10. Been a horrid day for him, but double 5 here. Gets his first win of the day by hook or by crook. Michael Huntley moves on finally to 2 points, and for Mario Robb, left very, very disappointed with that performance there. That's the 4th time they've met each other today. Both players seem to be shaking the head there, and the outer ring was a real problem for both. Just 28% for Mike and a horror 1 from 10 for Mario Robb. but it's Michael Huntley who gets the 2 points. Big game for Rhys Colley coming next. Can he join 6 points with the top 2? He plays Kevin Dowling next.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Just getting to the conclusion of the day. A couple of games left for the man about to throw his darts now, Rhys Colley, who had a big victory in his last game over Justin Hood, which has turned him from a possible contender to a real favourite. And he's a big favourite in this game against Kev Dowling, whose only win was the very first game of the day where it went all the distance against Mike Huntley. Since then, Kev has struggled, which makes me think, Laura Turner, that
First
the man about
it's
to
Rhys to throw
open
first.
up proceedings in this game, Rhys
on.
Colley, will be a big favourite for this.
Yeah, I totally agree, and I think he's just got better and better as the afternoon's gone on.
100.
I just think for Kev, he's just struggled to find any kind of consistent form. He has got that one win on the board, which came early on over Huntley, but hasn't really, kind of wasn't one of those games to really write home about, and hasn't really pushed on from there.
Never taken that smile off his face as Kev. But whatever happens to Rhys, he knows his game's in better shape than it was maybe at the beginning of the year when he was down at the MODUS Super Series. I thought it was quite disappointing, to be fair. And maybe that the prospect and the thought of representing his country at the
85
Six Nations and then the World Cup, that might have just been on his man and lingering. He just seems to be a lot more free-flowing. If he can just be a bit more deadly on the doubles, who knows what this week can bring.
Yeah, I agree. I think he's another player that's got levels, which we have seen, but just not replicated as consistently recently. But
100.
he's put the practice in. Like I say, we haven't seen him for a little while. If he's put that practice in, then again, another one that could be a strong contender. But we have said, we've looked at Group B as well, 59. And there is a lot of strong contenders.
Yeah, 10 o'clock start tonight here on Sporty Stuff TV. And for me, one not to be missed. Some real big names. How on earth? You were asked the question. You said, I can't
50.
pick one, never
Reach
mind three.
required
Well,
117.
I've struggled exactly the same. That's a disappointing start from Rhys there on the 117, but a beautiful second dart.
77.
Toss with Kevin back on 171.
$139. Reach
Why
your
do you
required
throw
40.
your best darts when the leg is probably over?
Game shot on the first leg. Rhys Colley.
Now that made sure it was definitely over, and I know. I think we all do it, and I don't know if it's for some players.
Second leg, it's Kevin to
because
throw
I've had
first.
arguments back and forth
Game
about
on.
this, that almost when you feel it's over, or when you feel that you're out of contention, be that in a round robin stage or just in a leg, you can allow yourself to relax and just throw some of your best stuff.
60.
I know you hit the big 4-0 this week, but I used to always say to people, you know, the Bruce Grobbelaar effect. Well, you might be still a bit too young for that, but he was a goalkeeper where he used to wriggle his knees down, and it's as if you want to get that feeling when you're just totally relaxed as a dart player. When you stiffen up and tighten up,
83.
You feel like that 7'9" is about 10 foot away. When you're nice and relaxed, you can just ping them in. That Reece Colley is doing right now. He's a
45.
real joy to watch as he hits a 45. I'm getting good at this, aren't I?
Yeah, I'm just taking that tip that you gave me earlier and just throwing it out the window.
82. 96.
Yes, definitely liking what I'm seeing from Reece Colley. He looks at total ease with himself. He looks in control. Those jabby darts at the beginning of the day was just maybe just a moment when he was just beginning to settle in the
70.
tournament. But I think he looks quite free flowing at the moment, Laura.
Yeah, I would agree. He's definitely warmed to
100.
to the occasion today.
Just a shame he's a Villa fan. I know my manager Mac Elkin is over wherever they are anyway. I was in Ajax yesterday.
60.
Ajax in
Reach to
Amsterdam
require
yesterday.
120. 42. Kevin, you require 146.
There's options of treble 19s here because a couple of them would have left double 16. He's trying a bit of everything, is Kev, at the moment. But just not
58.
succeeding. And a chance for Colley on
Reach to require
78.
78.
The Cardinal sins not to hit the 18. Done. Straight 20. You give yourself an opportunity. Composes, relaxes.
58. Kevin, you require 88.
Yeah, so Kev back now for 88. Again, one of those shots you should at least leave yourself a shot on the ball. And there is your Cardinal sin, Glenn. This is the single number.
Yeah, Kevin's just too nice of a person for me to mourn, so I won't. If it had been Reece, I'd have mourned.
23.
Not that Reece isn't nice, by the way,
Reece
but double
required
10 to Reece
20.
Colley for 2-0.
Game
He's
shot on the
motoring
second
to
leg.
victory at the moment
Reece
is
Colley.
Reece. Those Colley
Third leg, it's
wobbles
Reece
on
to
the
throw
doubles
first.
seems to be
Game on.
a thing of the past right now. He's just going through one of them moments where he's looking really good. And you look at his last game against Mike
60.
Huntley. You'd have to fancy his chances in that final game.
Yeah, whenever Reece would leave,
100.
Martin, Justin and Reece all on 6 points. And then you start thinking ahead to leg difference. And a big win here could be
95.
absolutely crucial for Reece.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing. And like I said this morning, he was just on the periphery for me. But right now, I think he's very, very much in the mix now. And I think he's looking good for 8
121.
points. The worst thing he can do is do what I'm saying and look and already think you're on 8 points. There's still a job to do here.
47.
A lot of positives about that throw. Against Kev, that very long arm. That look at the point there. Once again, when I tell... So the arc of that dart, he's floating
97.
the dart in rather than a lot more power of the dart going in, which Reece has given now. Now it's all about that forearm, the big extension of the arm.
100.
Totally different to Kev, who's using the arc of the dart. So a lot of the work will be done the last second. You can see there it's landing very pretty. So he's using that first dart as the guide.
99.
Good darts there from Kevin.
$59. Kevin, you require 84.
So opportunity here for Kev to get a leg on the board. Single 14 leaves him the ball.
59.
Narrow miss there
Reach to
from Kev.
require 140.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if that miss on the 18 was no consideration of the treble 14 there. This would be spectacular.
100. Kevin, you
That was a little
require
bit closer.
25.
Andy Hamilton then hit the low 20. Two darts, a double 8. big dart for Kev Dowling coming up.
9.
Just not
Reach to
happening.
required 40.
Yeah, what an opportunity here for Reese to go
Game
3-0
shot
up, and 3-0 up he is.
Reese Colley.
Yeah, we're seeing some fantastic angles of the dartboard, of probably
Fourth
what
leg,
the
it's
dart
Kevin
players
to
are
throw
seeing. You can
first.
see the elevation
Game
of the
on.
dart, and some darts will sit up with a flight above the point, some will sit flat, some what will understack where the flight's underneath the point. I'm trying to give it a bit of everything here at the MODUS
43.
Super Series.
$85. $60.
Yeah, good adjustment there.
140.
Great follow-up as well from Reese.
I like it. I like this from Reese, and it's a welcome return. And like I said, all of a sudden now for me, he's now in that list of possibilities,
43.
probabilities to be there on Saturday night. It's good to see for the young man.
And if he can maintain this kind of score level at this stage, they would actually jump Justin and go into second place.
140.
But again, it's on leg difference. So, as I say, we won't know anything definitive till tomorrow, but leg difference really could play a part because these three at the top are very, very, very close.
Yeah, good shout, Laura.
100.
And if Reese is watching
Reach
this back,
required
or his people, when he has that
136.
beautiful relaxed follow through, he's at his best. No more jabbing,
96.
Reese, and you're in with a shout. And Kevin can do nothing on 255.
What a time to get your first 180 of the match.
Reach required
Easy, isn't it,
40.
Kev?
Game,
Record
shot,
speedy
and the
time,
match.
Reese Colley.
Reese Colley.
Much improved performances. They continue. Once again, the gentleman there is Kev is the first to congratulate, but Reese Colley is definitely on a mission right now. That's a big statement to make. He joins Martin Adams and Justin Hood on 6 points, an 87.13. And once again, his doubles are just beginning. He struggled early in the day. Now he's beginning to look good as all players now about to play their final game of the day. And first up, it's Mario Robb against Martin Adams.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group C is approaching its halfway stage. Just 3 games left to go on the first of 2 days of action in this group. And Mario Robb's about to take on Martin Adams. That's after Robb had a brilliant 4-0 win against Kevin Dowling. Adams was edged out for the first time today by Justin Hood. Mike Huntley with a 4-1 win over Robb, and then Reese Colley with a 4-0 victory against Dowling. That all means that the league table looks like this, and it is Adams, Colley and Hood who have a share of the lead. All of those players on 6 points. The other 3 players in the group on 2. But things could change if they can get victories in this last set of matches. So let's get them underway in the company of Glenn Durrant and Laura Turner.
Thank you very much, Chris. I'm not real sure what version of Mario Rob we're going to get. Like you said, the ups and downs of this man, the swingometer of success and failure has been all over the place for Mario today. Like I said, maybe disappointing is maybe too harsh, but I just don't think he's fulfilled his potential he was demonstrating yesterday. But isn't it great to see Martin Adams in the top of the table with the real potential of getting on 8 points and a sound foundation on his will to build tomorrow.
Game on.
It will be refereed by Charlie Costafine, and it'll be Mario to open proceedings. You have to fancy Adams here, you feel, Laura?
Yeah, definitely. Based on what we've seen so far, you can't really look much past him. But as I say that, Mario Rob fires in the first 180 of the match. But we have seen this from Mario. We've seen big ups and we've seen some real downs.
At this time yesterday, he put on a terrific performance to beat Martin Adams. And Martin had won the first 2 head-to-head clashes on Monday and Tuesday. But it was in the last game for the pair of them yesterday that Mario, for me, put his best performance of the week.
135.
It was an 87 average, a 4-2 win. It was a classy game from Mario. And I'm not, even if he wins this game, I'm not sure how he walks away and thinks about it, because I think there's been an opportunity missed for Mario. But he can get himself to 4 points. You know, there's been bigger comebacks in Group C on the next day than this before, but still plenty in this game yet.
60.
Yeah, and again, I'd say this is a different version to what we've seen so far, once again, because he's actually really come out the traps strongly. Seen some good reactions from him, but it'll be how he finishes off this leg.
95. Mario, you
on Monday and Tuesday, he looked
126.
a desperate person after Game 3 because his opening 3 games were extremely poor. However, even on his bad days of Monday and Tuesday, his last 2 games were his best.
94.
And I've got to ask the question, why does he peak in the back end of the days? Whereas yesterday, he had a great day. 4 wins out of 5, and Martin will be saying, how come he always plays well against me?
41.
Well, I guess if the theory is completely true and he does carry on in this vein, at least Martin will play him early tomorrow.
Game shot on the first leg.
Good shot. I thought you were going to say not everyone will end up at 8 points, because that's not looking good already. I'm saying he's just rubbing his shoulder. People ask me
Second
about...
leg, it's Martin to throw
would
first.
you like to, you know, will Martin Sue playing in Group A? Well, I said at 67-year-old, I couldn't play 5 games on the spin and 5 hours a day. And just for the first time, just rubbing his elbow there. You do start feeling the old joints in the arm when you get a little bit older.
47.
And that is another thing. Even I feel it myself, and I play and practice quite regularly. But when you go deep into a tournament, so when we play the women's series, we actually play 2 tournaments a day. So not this year, but the year before, I made back-to-back finals on one day. The next day, my arm felt like it was completely alien to me. It was sore, it was painful, wouldn't do anything that I wanted it to do. So that's just another element when you are playing so many darts over so many days.
Yeah, Matt Edgar, he said even from a very early day, on a morning of a competition, the stretching when he wakes up has been something that he thinks that will help him over the years. But yeah, what used to be so easy, I wouldn't have thought I could have played 10 hours a day every day. But all of a sudden it does catch up on you.
21.
Well, this is a ridiculous start from Mario. He's absolutely flying out the traps here. And back in the treble 20 again. Where have you been today, Mario?
83.
Yeah, looking very strong for a breaker throw here. Martin Adams, in contrast, has gone the other way. Just the one score so far for Adams, over a ton.
Yes, it's not looking good for my theory of 3 players ended on 8 points. Sorry, Martin. I'll apologise to Justin and Reese now.
140.
But on all seriousness, where's Mario been today, Laura?
Yeah, we've seen elements that have threatened it, but it's putting it all together. And Obviously, we're still only in the second leg, but this is a very
81.
convincing start from Mario
Mario
Rob.
requires 72.
Well, if he hits this, he's averaging well in the hundreds. He's going to get a dart that tops your feel. Yes, he is.
52.
And there we see some of that we've talked about a lot, but haven't seen quite as
35.
much today. But that drift into
Mario
the fives, drift
requires
into the ones.
20.
And unfortunately, the time he does switch leaves himself on a non-finish.
Game shot on the
But
second
all
leg.
academic.
Mario Rob.
It's not even just in the double 10 there, but plumb in the middle. But yeah, a little bit frustrated
it's
because this is
Mario
what I
to throw
expected
first.
from Mario in the first
Game
game
on.
after yesterday. Yes, he seemed really happy this morning, but he went through that phase where he was just playing ridiculously quick, just too quick for his game.
60.
I don't think his brain could keep up with the rhythm he was throwing at. But this is what he can do. And Martin has gone from 3 wins out to 3, and I think he'd be the most disappointed if he only ends up on 6 points now, because
60.
we even chatted of a potential perfect day for Martin at one point today.
45. $140.
Yeah, that's a better visit. We'll need to find a break, but Mario back in the red bit again.
140.
Yeah, just look at those averages up there. Just under 100 for Mario Rob. Obviously below par, just 69 there for Martin Adams.
60.
But I wonder if the performance has kind of caught him, taken him slightly aback. I know he has lost to Mario, but when you've seen someone play throughout the day, and I know most players will say, no, I'm
45.
not watching anyone else. You seriously, you got an idea of how people are doing.
Yeah, you do get a sense of why me, don't you? You've been pretty below standard today, Mario. But yeah, good shout, Laura. That could be a real potential
11.
reason why Martin's doing this, because you're correct again. We haven't seen that lateral drift all day. He's been fairly straight, fairly successful. And this is a poor performance from Martin Adams.
133. $100.
But he's
Mario
a fighter.
requires 78.
He won't give up. If you think, give me a chance at this 130. Single 20 for 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg. Mario Rob.
Bump, bump, bump. Super rhythm. Super Mario. And 3-0 up.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and the other thing that can be difficult and can go is that element of concentration.
180.
It's a great visit there from Martin, finding his first 180, and he just cannot afford to make any mistakes if he is going to end up on 8 points today.
I mean, this is not only the best performance from
125.
Mario Rob today. This is the performance of the week at this moment. Just shy of 98 average. I said we've been waiting for someone to really stick their head and say, this is what I can do. Well, I didn't expect it to be Mario going to these
100.
final games, if truth be told.
No, and I guess it sometimes sounds harsh when we say it, doesn't it? But you can only go off
60.
what you've seen throughout the day, and there hasn't really been any real indication that this performance was sat there under the surface.
I will always give credit where credit's due, but I'm sat here as a pundit as well, and I will get my frustrations, I will get my negatives in, but nothing's ever personal.
45.
This is about a guy who's going to Q school in January, and sometimes you want to be told some home truths, and you have to ask yourself,
100.
where has this performance been today? Was there any reason why you've been below par? It could stem from an opening game, but the good thing for Mario is he's got this type of game in the locker. 96 average will win
60.
many a game. That's easy for me to say, Laura.
100. Martin, you require 160.
Yeah, getting to the final few matches. Not disastrous. There's still an opportunity. Treble 17. Leaves him the bullseye.
Shot
What
the
a shot
foreplay.
there from Martin
Martin
Adams.
Adams.
Keeps himself in the match with a sublime 116 checkout.
Yeah, no eye
Fifth leg,
contact
it's
from
Mario
Martin.
to throw
Smile on the
first.
face there for
Game
Mario.
on.
But he didn't engage there. Like I said, we've all got our certain skills and attributes. But one thing Martin Adams has got, he knows how to dig in and
45.
fight, doesn't he? This would be the comeback. And look at the grit of his teeth there. I think he still fancies it.
Yeah, why not? Never over till it's over. Comebacks have to start somewhere. We've got all the cliches in the world, but we have seen people come back from this position. And what a
180.
way to start that leg off.
That's the third maximum of this match between them. And right now, the guy
45.
with the ascendancy is Wolfie.
$41.
I mean, there's some checkout percentages, aren't they? 3 from 4 is 75% for Mario. 1 from 1, 100%. And when you consider that was on the ball on a must-hit finish for Martin Adams as well, even all the more impressive.
And no doubt he hits a 5E, but the lateral drift seems to have gone as the concentration's kicked in.
140.
Every dart is thrown with real menace.
$60. Martin, you require 140.
Can he follow up that 116 with the 140? No, but great first dart to leave this handy. Can he follow that? Can he use them?
60.
Yeah, beautifully thrown darts. That's what the raise of the shoulders were about, because one of them deserved a treble, you felt. But Mario's just
100.
hanging around.
Martin, you
leaves
require
himself
80.
the finish. 80 is one of them 50-50 shots for me. 70-30 now.
Game shot on the fifth
Classy
leg.
darts.
Martin Adams.
The fight back is very much on.
Sixth leg, it's
And
Martin
it's
to
Martin's
throw
dart
first.
in the next leg.
Game on. $140.
He's opening up the legs very, very nicely, Laura. Giving himself a good foundation for the rest of the leg.
45.
Yeah, and I'm just watching Martin. I think one of the key things that I've kind of noticed from the earlier legs to now, see that being 3-0 down, you know, in his mind, it looks like he's concentrating all the more. He's having to concentrate. He's really
100.
placing the darts, but working to some fantastic effect.
He looks unruffled, doesn't he, considering he was 3-0 down. He didn't panic, and like I said, that's one of the things I believe experience can bring.
100.
Martin can probably go back to a game in his mind where he was 3-0 down and won. And sometimes you just go back to them moments, but wow, he's finding this with real ease right now. And it's looking very, very good. Now we're going to go the distance.
100.
I asked Scott Mitchell in the exact same position, whose position would you like to be in now, knowing that Mario still has the dart in the last leg and is still at this point.
100. Martin, you
A leg
require
up.
161.
Who would you rather be right now?
Well, the way he's playing, I think Martin, but Mario has got the advantage of throw, but we've seen how easy that can disappear. So momentum's not a word they tend to
82.
use, but all of that kind of the wins, the 3 consecutive wins are all under Martin's belt. So yeah, I guess give away your throw and go with
100.
Martin.
Martin, you require 79.
Because interestingly, yesterday it was a game with Mike Huntley who was fighting back to 3-3. And it was Mario that actually won victory in that one. despite the fact he gave away a 3-0 lead to go to 3-3.
41.
Chance for
Mario
Mario.
required
Going to have to be
156.
clinical. 2 darts, a treble, 20 needed. Not to be. Chance for Adams for 3-3.
140. Martin, you required 38.
Very strong visit there from Mario. So 38 required.
Game shot on the
Yeah,
sixth
beautifully
leg.
taken. We
Martin
knew he'd go
Adams.
for it. Always goes for those doubles. And now we do have a level game.
A lot of respect for
Seventh and
Martin
final
Adams.
leg. It's Mario to throw
When you've been
first.
3-0 up, the
Game
last
on.
thing you want to do is fist pump. That's exactly what we do. And this is what Mario did against. And that's a
125.
tough one. When you've been 3-0 down, you pull it back to 3-3. Hence the question to Laura. And then your opponent pulls out a real big one. But this is what Martin Adams is all about.
Once
Once again, Laura, what a fantastic angle to see that 180 go in there. He was asked the question, but here comes Mario.
85.
Yeah, not quite the same reply, but still got that all-important treble 20 in the score. Martin back in once again.
$100.
Well, there's a little bit more added excitement there because we've seen him hit 180s today, Martin. We've seen him hit a 141. And we wanted to put it all together. But I tell you what, Mario's doing the business here also.
140.
In fact, he's now the favourite for this leg. He's first to a finish.
Yeah, Martin really having to dig deep. Needs a treble 20. Wants to put a bit of pressure on.
60.
Yeah, just tries to
Mario
fly it
required
over.
151.
Just couldn't quite.
Well, can Mario fly it over? He can. But still found a single digit.
57.
This is not over
Martin,
just
you
yet.
require
Still make Mario
161.
just the favourite. A 161 for Adams. Can't be done.
Really feel he needs a treble 20.
41.
Can't find it. 120 is not the worst
Mario
finish, but
required 94.
will he be back?
I think it'll be a tough loss to take for Martin Adams.
34.
The only way you can do it
Martin, you
is
require
when you get a chance
120.
on Shanghai, you ping it.
Yeah, and you can just see from that reaction. Just looking to tee something up and hope he gets
82.
a chance.
Mario
I always feel
requires
it's
60.
inevitable that Mario does check out. It is the strongest part of his game this week, but under extreme circumstances.
28. Martin, you required 38.
Wow, what do you see after that? He's hit this double 19 today. Not even a thought of splitting.
Game,
What
shot,
a dart from
and the
Martin
match.
Adams. He was
Martin
under
Adams.
the cosh in that match. He was 3-0 down to Mario, who was Super Mario after 3 legs. But he sprints off the stage in disgust. But Martin Adams, one thing he does has this real dogged fight about him, and he needed everything he needed in that game. It was a terrific game, and Mario played his part in that. Both of them were so good on the doubles, but right at the end, Mario just hit that big one going for the tops, and he looks super frustrated with that. But Martin Adams ends the day on 8 points. Can Justin Hood do the same? He's on next against Kevin Dowling.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we've just witnessed a comeback of all comebacks with a certain mess of Martin Adams, who has now moved on to 4 points out of 5. A terrific day for Wolfie. Mario Robb played his part in a great game, leading 3-0 in that one. But it's Martin Adams who'll be absolutely delighted at the end of the day on 8 points. And Justin Hood just taking his darts out now. Also has the chance of finishing on 8 points with victory over the man in your picture, Kev Dowling. His only solitary win today was the opening match of the day. It's been a pretty tough day since then. And like I said, this man here has all the skills to not only get through this Group C, but he'll want to be there Saturday night. And he wants to win it on Saturday night because he's been there and done it. One-way traffic, do you think, Laura?
I mean, it's quite easy for me to kind of look at everything and say, yes, I'm hoping for Kev that he can kind of just finish on a high, whether that's an actual, converts as an actual win, but just find that little bit of consistency, find his range, because he's been
55.
very up and down. And that opening score kind of sums up what we've seen from him. Big moments, but not enough of them, whereas Justin just looks so comfortable up there now.
180.
Yeah, he's just witnessed Martin. I guess as a player, you don't want to see someone like Martin Adams losing, but in the context of the group, Justin Hood could have been thinking, myself and Reece Colley are the two players that's going to end up on 8 points now. Really, he's got an awful lot to do because Martin Adams is banging form. Reece Colley's looking good to join them on 8 points. He's up next in the final game. Well, we talk about coming out the traps.
140.
Yeah, I know we all do like a 9 darter, but again, what a way to start. And it's against the darts, so it's just such a massive advantage Justin Hood's taking
44.
over Kev in these early stages. And it kind of sets the tone because when you are that player that's been on the back foot for most of the day and then someone comes out 180, 140 and obviously following up with a 99 here, just think it's not your day.
It's difficult to read Justin Hood, as we've mentioned a couple of times today, but there's just a little bit of authority about him in this start. 180, 140, 99,
60.
82 after 9
Justin, you
darts
require
is
82.
exactly how you want to start a match, and especially it would be for a breaker throw as well. You look at the bullseye. It's the 25 for a big 17. For the darter tops for a 12 darter.
62. Justin, you required 20.
Can you use that as a guide?
No score.
Well, I don't think he possibly could have got much closer without getting it in the double.
Yeah, the little scratch of the head tells you that he knew they were well thrown darts, but he'd be delighted to look to see that Kev's on 197. Should go back upstairs.
82. Justin, you required 20. Game shot on the first leg.
Yeah, and this time Justin Hood makes sure and takes this opening leg, leads 1-0, but quite important as he does take the darts.
Second leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I felt Justin Hood was on merit, the favourite for Group C. He was my fancied player, that's for sure. And beginning to demonstrate the qualities I expected from Justin Hood. I felt like at times just lacked a little bit of conviction, his throw, his efforts, but that's just because of the player he is. He's free-flowing, he's
45.
not as energetic as a lot of the players there. But this is a super scoring start from the man from Glastonbury.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I think he's lacked that bit of sharpness as well, especially
96.
We've seen a few legs where they've actually got away with him because he's just not able to find that double and been quite far away from them. But say as the day's gone on, it's all starting to come together a bit more.
100. $130.
Yeah, again, good switch. Leaves him, the bullseye actually leaves him on a 2-dart checkout.
60.
It's
Justin, you
real
require
power scoring
95.
so far from Justin Hood. Can he complement that with some deadly finishing? Well, 76 left. He'll set it up nicely. You can see the frustration on his
55.
face, but in a fantastic position.
$100. Justin, you require 40.
For 2-0, tops.
Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
2-0 it is.
Justin Hood.
Yeah, rapid time when Justin plays, he gets on with it, and you just seem to look up, and it's 2-0
Third
in
leg,
a
it's
matter
Kevin
of a
to
couple
throw
of minutes.
first. Game
Again,
on.
Dowling, all the problems are they're still there. It's been a tough day on the hockey for Kev. Even at 58-year-old, he'll tell you he's always learning. Got all the integrity
85.
and professionalism in the world as Kev. He's a, like I say, such a gentleman. Absolutely loves his county darts for Warwickshire.
96.
Represented England, and what was a beautiful moment for him.
Yeah, but he's really just been up against it today, unfortunately, for
45.
Kevin. Now is running into a very rhythmical and free-flowing version of Justin Hood.
Yeah, there's a potential real separation, isn't there? Real potential
134.
three-horse race at the end of today's play. If Justin can win this game and Reece Colley can win his last one, there'll be 6 points separating the top three and the bottom three.
100.
Yeah, whilst the scores are tied at 2-7-1, these are essentially extra darts for Justin Hood, and
164.
really does again make the most of them. Just a casual 164 checkout in the middle of a match.
Why not? I expect him to stay in the treble 19 because 171 would have left 100, but maybe just didn't like the lie there.
99.
There's a classic way
Justin, you
of board
require
management being different.
107.
Those old school, never leaving the treble 20. 50 points left for double 16.
Game
12
shot on the
darter.
third
Justin
leg.
Hood is
Justin
flying
Hood.
at the moment.
Well, we were talking about it earlier. We're going to see if someone was making a statement, and that 104
Fourth leg,
average
it's Justin
there
to
for
throw
Justin at
first.
3-0 up
Game
definitely
on.
is making a statement. Would be the best game, not just of today, but of the entire week.
57.
Yes, I've been waiting for this game, and I really didn't expect it to be the penultimate game on the Thursday. I just think when you talked about levels, Justin Hood has them. I just want to see
26.
more of them. He's just progressing very, very nicely.
$100.
Yeah, and Kev Dowling just, unfortunately, no reply.
45.
Frustration, understandably so.
Yeah, when Kev gets frustrated, you know, he's certainly not very happy with his game. It has been a tough day at the office, but
88.
just beginning to see signs that the cream of the crop are rising. We could have a real fascinating day tomorrow with a three-way shootout for two places.
83. $134.
Very enjoyable performance here from Justin Hood. He's 122 points away from the performance of the week.
He really has been relentless in this
45.
match.
Justin, you require 122.
I just sent it to, are you watching Martin Adams, Reece Colley? Because I ain't going anywhere.
46.
Kev was just trying to set something up, but
56.
unable to put on any kind of
Justin,
pressure.
you require 76.
Well, I asked the question to Laura, will it be one-way traffic? It's looking that way. It's tops for 4-0.
56.
To wait a little bit longer. See what Kev can try and do. Find that red bit. Just not his day today.
32.
He'll dust himself
Justin,
off
you
and come
require
back tomorrow.
20.
Is at the beginning of the end. Double 10, Justin Hood.
$10.
Well, quite often we say that final winning line is the hardest one to cross. Few missed doubles in this leg. Match winning opportunities for Justin Hood come and gone.
100. Justin, you require 10. Game,
Well,
shot,
he gets there in the end,
and the
does
match,
Justin Hood.
Justin Hood.
99% of that game, he looked absolutely superb at times and was averaging very, very close to mid-hundreds. It was that good. He just petered off a little bit at the end, just a little pat to Kev down, and said, just one of those days. He didn't even give an opportunity of a dart at a double, but Justin Hood came into this group as a big favourite, and I think that performance demonstrated the reasons why. As we move on to the final game, can Rhys Colley join Martin Adams and Justin Hood on 8 points? He plays Mike Huntley on next.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back, and look, I'm joined by Happy Feet himself, Justin Hood, who's just completed 4 out of 5 today. Justin, just sum up how you feel about the way you've played today.
It hasn't been great today, but I've rode my luck and picked up the results I needed. I was unlucky to lose to Rhys, but hopefully I'll put that right tomorrow and pick up 5 wins.
Was the key win for you that one against Martin Adams? You were the 2 favourites for this group, and it was a really good game, wasn't it?
100%. I was under pressure because he was unbeaten for the day, and I was as well. Well, I lost to Rhys, but if I'd lost that, it was big pressure on the next game.
Brilliant finish here as well to get over the line in that one, and it looked like you enjoyed it a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's the little dance I do.
There we go.
Yeah, they don't show you Martin dancing. he was giving it some as well. But no, it was a big win for me, and it was a nice finish. Very nice finish.
You've had a big win here on this stage as well before. You're a former weekly winner.
Yeah.
You've been to Champions Week. You know what that's like.
Yeah.
How big would it be for you to get there again?
Yeah, last time it was all new to me. I'd done it on my debut, so I know what to expect now, and hopefully I can qualify tomorrow and put in another big performance Saturday.
But only half the job done, of course. It's a close group. Martin, Reese, right?
Yeah,
it's
going to be tight tomorrow, but hopefully I can pick up 5 wins, and I don't worry what they do then.
We'll let you get ready for it. Well done today.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right, let's get the next match underway. It is Michael Huntley against Reese Colley, the final game of the day, and Glenn and Laura are on hand to guide you through it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris, and very confident. I quite like that, Laura, the way he spoke there. Just bordering on a little controlled arrogance, and I think that's really important to have your belief in your game, and I didn't expect that type of interview there from Justin, but boy, did I like it.
Yeah, no, very assertive, I'd say. Just win the 5. We don't have to worry about anyone else. I mean, yep, that is the plan, I guess, but it doesn't always quite go that way. But I liked the fact that he recognised, he hadn't performed, and he knows he's got more levels, and he wasn't worried about maybe being match ready or anything else. He's just going to bring more tomorrow.
Yeah, pricking 2 from the 3, but Martin Adams has done the job by winning his game only just. Coming from 3-0 down against Mario Robb in his final game to get to 8 points. Then we've seen a real masterclass there from Justin Hood. And for me, just said to the other two, look, I feel good and I won 5 out of 5 tomorrow. Can Reese Colley do exactly the same and join those 2 players on 8 points? Against, you'd have to say, the unpredictable Mike Huntley. You just feel that the nerves should have gone away now because it's going to be very, very difficult for him to qualify. But if he is going to qualify, he has to win this game.
60.
Yeah, he's coming in off the back of a win. Did beat Mario Robb 4-1 in his previous match, but again, just performance levels just haven't been anywhere near what he would be expecting to actually achieve. And Reese, you have to say, just match on match, got better and better. And there you see the first 180 of the match go in the way of Reese Colley.
Yeah, liking what I'm seeing from him, but I'm also liking what I'm seeing from Mike here. And sometimes you're thinking, I think I've got a player now who's all that frustration and tension that was inside of for qualifications, probably resigned to not qualifying now. And we've talked out the easier the game can be when you're not as tense and not as nervous.
85. Michael, you require 135.
Seems to be increased just because you're feeling better in yourself.
Yeah, we're seeking out that 25. Couldn't find it and hasn't adjusted well, but that was a good adjustment.
Reach your require 116. $92. Michael, you require 62.
This for a holder throw. Opts for 20 to leave, double 16.
46.
Yeah,
Reach your require
really
24.
fancied that from Mike. He does look relaxed. The frustration's obviously still there with him. But a chance for a race. And good front runner is Reese.
Shot on the first leg.
And that first one
Reese
goes
Colley.
in there. That high expectations and hopes for Mike can obviously be eroded very quickly.
Second
You can
leg,
see how he feels about the situation. Very proud man, a very proud dart player. And come here with real genuine hope this week.
60.
And I guess right at this moment, Laura, it just feels very, very flat.
Yeah, and we've seen it from players that have come in. They've been performing well outside of the MODUS Super Series, and sometimes it just doesn't
60.
convert. And I guess that is, you know, the human element of darts and what makes it exciting, because as much as we sit here and try our best to predict, humans are unpredictable.
57.
And that's just, you know, Mike is a case in point.
Are you a believer that there's 2 games of darts? You know, the floor events at the ADCs, the open competitions where you've got other
28.
games compared to being on that stage there with unbelievable referee there, the fantastic stage, the lights, the cameras.
100.
I always believe is 2 different types of games.
100%. I've seen players that can absolutely, say, wipe the floor with people on the floor, but convert that even to a staged final, and just that transition to county,
43.
you know, where we play on stages. just cannot replicate anywhere near the quality and the level, and for whatever reason.
140.
But I do think that things like the MODUS Super Series allow players the opportunity to get used to that environment. I think for me personally, it's just not being used to actually playing in front of lights, cameras, big crowds. That's what I've always found difficult. So I would say most definitely
11.
Yes.
Reach your required 144.
Well, I don't know about you, Laura, but I'm struggling to pick 2 from 3 right now because Reece Colley is looking very, very good. I had concerns when he lost his opening game to Martin Adams. Didn't like the way he was going for his doubles. It looked like his throw was totally different to his scoring. But I tell you what, he's kicked on. His whole demeanour, him as a person, his focus, his desire, his concentration. It looks spot on right now. And what an exciting day we have tomorrow. 69 left. Doesn't need to go 19 bull, so he can play with other trebles, but he stays there.
44.
It's one of those strange finishes, 69, isn't it? That you don't always know, especially with 2 darts in hand, which is the best route to take. But
60.
he himself there up on top.
40.
Yeah, sometimes it's good just to lay up.
Game shot on the second
exactly what he
leg.
does. Reece Colley leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Michael to throw first.
Any for your thoughts,
Game
Mike
on.
Huntley? I know I shouldn't have favourites, but he really is a good guy, and to see him sort of go through the difficulties he's had this week.
99.
It's a tough watch from a dart player to another one.
Yeah, it's like anything. I think from my point of view, I've always just wanted good matches.
121.
Like you say, you've got friends on the circuit, and sometimes that's you may have a preference of who wins and who loses. However, the one thing is always you just want to see the best from
60.
players.
Yeah, hopefully when he walks out the door today, it's, in the end, he's back again tomorrow when he can demonstrate his qualities. He's just
180.
walking into the juggernaut that is Reece Colley at the moment.
$58.
And again, just no real reply there from Mike.
$140. $81. Reach requires 60.
No pressure on this 60 as well. That's not ideal, hence the reason he moves. So that top right on part of tops.
40.
No panic, no drama. Michael Huntley's on 203 and nothing he can do.
Reece looking nice and relaxed. That is the first dance he's missed at a double so far in the match.
44.
But this
Reach
would
required
be
20.
to go within one leg of the match. Up for double 5.
Game shot on the third
A great
leg.
adjustment, because that's
Reece
not
Colley.
the easiest of adjustments to make. So many people pull that into the 5.
Yeah, there was like a magnet in that double 5 on Tuesday.
Fourth leg, it's Reece to throw
every single
first.
dart player that went for
Game
it.
on.
Because it is one of the tough ones to go to, because you're getting in the realms of hitting a big 5 then. And then to get really messy with only 5 points left. But this is another
96.
terrific performance. .92 average here for Reece. Very professional. In old money, Laura. A good 30 average.
100.
Yeah, I think sometimes I still reference 30 averages. We still use them at county level, and people look at you like 30. I'm like, yeah, it's really good.
140.
Whether it was 30.01 or 36.66, I had that same feeling when I heard the fact that my average was over 30. It's just the absolute norm now for a lot of the top
97.
players in the world. In fact, it's sort of, if you're not averaging 100 these days with the elite players.
30.
Yeah, there's some scary averages coming out the Players' Championships. Just imagine going up there losing with 110 average.
100. $70. 140.
Fair play to Mike there. That's a good response to leave 64. Once again, Reece Colley just finding the trebles with
95.
absolute
Michael, you
ease at the
require
moment.
64.
You just get the sense it's a must hit. Well, that's the perfect start.
48.
And them 2 darts just sum up the week for
Reece
Mike Huntley.
requires 70.
Wire. And this is for a 4-0 victory. Tops for Colley.
30. Michael, you require 16. Eight. Reach, you require 40.
For the match.
Game,
Reece
shot,
Colley
and
wins
the
again.
match.
Funnily
Reece
shakes his head,
Colley.
but inside we've seen the real incredible improvement from Reece Colley. He lost his opening game of the day against Martin Adams as Michael Huntley trudges off there, but it really was a one-sided affair. Reece Colley 87.13, very good on the doubles. He had a job to do there because he had the opportunity to go into 8 points to join Martin Adams, to join Justin Hood. He does that. Reece Colley, it's a 3-way tie at the top.
It is indeed a 3-way tie at the top, and that leaves it very, very exciting going into tomorrow, doesn't it?
Yeah, very, very much so. I think we kind of thought Justin and Martin, especially as, the way the day started, they were going to be the front runners, but Reece has really just got better and better as the day's gone on, and yeah, rightly so, 3-way tie.
Yeah, let's just get final confirmation of the results today. And you look at those last 3 matches there, kind of waiting for everybody to flinch. Martin Adams nearly didn't he? He was 3-0 down in it, but all of them have then gone and won 4 legs in a row.
Yeah, no, it has been just 2 different streets, hasn't it? We've got Martin, Justin, and Reece all sat there at the top, and you've got a feel for, say, especially Kevin, Mike, just haven't been, especially at the business end of legs, just haven't been able to convert and hit those doubles. But Mario being 3-0 up as well, I think it's the most disappointed I've seen him look, because I think he really felt that was his to win.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, let's talk about the man who beat him in that match, Martin Adams. He's had a very good day, a welcome return to the Super Series this week. And he's won 4 out of his 5 matches. We can see all of those winning moments there, starting with a win against Reece Colley. And some of these results were pretty emphatic.
Yeah, he's just done the right things at the right time. Maybe he's just taken these few days to warm into it. He now knows he's sat in Group C. And Group C is one of those tricky ones because you have to be in the top 2. There's 6 players, but only 2 go through. And he's just done everything he's needed to do. Okay, maybe one slight slip up, but that was a really tight match as well that he lost. So, yeah, been really good from him today.
I must admit, we were talking earlier in the week, myself, Scott, Glenn, weren't sure about whether or not Martin Adams would be at finals night, but he certainly is a contender now, isn't he?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, it's for me, it's between the top 3, obviously, Justin and Reece. And tomorrow's a different day. I think Justin was quite, set up here. He was quite confident about his chances. He's coming here to win 5 from 5, and then it's everyone else's problem who gets the next spot.
Yeah, we just saw actually Reece Colley there losing to Martin Adams earlier on. Boy, did he bounce back in style. He's actually gone on to win 3 of his matches 4-0.
Yeah, and that was an interesting one for Reece because obviously that was his first match. Martin had been playing here all week. That was his first match, 72 average, didn't really get going, but as you say, just got better and better and better and kind of hasn't looked back.
Yeah, really, really strong stuff from him. Went on to win the last match 4-0 against Mike Huntley as well. As for Justin Hood, I spoke to him, very, very confident, as you say. But that key match against Martin Adams, if it weren't for that last leg decider win, it could have been a very different complexion on this group.
Yeah, I think there's a few matches which could have completely shifted things around, but that, it was an absolutely outstanding match from both of them, really competitive the whole way through. But that 105 finish at that time with Adam sat on 32, I mean, that's just clutch finishing at his best.
Yeah, and a little jig as well to sign it off as well. So yeah, that could prove to be a really pivotal one. In terms of the table, we've alluded to it, those players having the same record today, and that means, of course, that we do have this clear 3-horse race. The problem is that 3 doesn't go into 2. So the question I'm going to ask you is, which 2 is it going to be?
Yeah, that's an amazingly tough question. I mean, they're only separated by 1 leg each. If you in the leg difference, it's absolutely amazing. I think I like the way Justin had finished. And I just feel really bad not backing Wolfie because, you know, we would love to see him at finals, but I'm not sitting on the fence. But I'll go with Justin and Martin, but it wouldn't surprise me if Reese was in the top 2 either.
Do you think it's going to come down to the results against each other, or do you think actually the other players might relax a little bit and they could be spoilers?
I think tomorrow they could be spoilers, and obviously we reverse the fixtures, so those 3 at the bottom will all play those 3 at the top, and we did see Martin nearly slip today against Mario, so that could be an element. If they come here, they're relaxed, they kind of know their races run, they could definitely act as spoilers for the top 3.
Yeah, and the same thing kind of happened to Mario in Group A. He won 4 out of 5 in the last day of that group.
Yes, yeah, and you know the way he played against Martin, those first 3 legs, he was absolutely outstanding. Martin, I think it took everything, you know, every bit of Martin's experience to actually come back and rally. But he was very, very strong, Mario. So if he's got more of that in the tank and he can do it from the start, then yeah, you know, he's going to push these players.
Right, we will park that until tomorrow now. We're going to look ahead at tonight's action by showing you the story of the week, all the players involved. David Evans won Group A, of course, he's through to finals night. It was a really good competitive Group C for those top 3 this afternoon, but Group B just looks ridiculously strong, doesn't it?
Yeah, I said it earlier on. I mean, it's just to try and pick 3 out of those is, it's hard to pick one that's going to actually really rise to the top, but very exciting looking group, and everyone's got the potential to really put on a massive performances.
Yeah, the action resumes from 10 p.m. tonight live on Sporty Stuff TV and on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Of course, as we saw, it features the likes of Fallon Sherrock, Danny Lauby and Steve West, who has done great things here at the Super Series before. Can he be the best in Group B?
After 12, he's to seeing him either leaving a double or a 2-dart combination. Oh, double 14.
Shot on the second leg.
That
Luke
is
Littler.
what he has in the locker. That was a beauty. Hotel around the corner. Doors open at 6:30.
Game shot on the first
PM.
leg. Luke Littler.
I don't know what it is about that finish. I just love it. Observe this young man, hoping their own
11.
offspring get somewhere near what he's achieving. $81 left. He's going to give us 3 balls. Oh, nearly did a Steve West.
125. Luke R 110.
He did go ball.
Game shot in the match.
He went
Luke
ball.
Littler.
Fortunately, found a small 18, which left 32.
So he does have 6 darts to book his place there.
Game shot on the match.
He completes the job in 15 darts with 117. Checkout, an average of 109.31.
Your winner for week 10, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
You require 132.
Now Littler wants a couple of bullseyes. You make him away. No, he stayed there and he's found a way. Oh,
Game
yes,
shot on
what
the
a checkout
third
that
leg.
is.
Luke Littler.
Wasn't sure there was room for another. How wrong was I? How right was he? Match already. Another one in there. Leaves. Double 16.
Game
wow.
shot on the sixth
Well, the
leg.
1-3-2
Luke Littler.
was exceptional. And that 1-4-6 can be put in the same bracket. But even I can work that one out. Makes 75%.
180.
This has got to be right up there with the match we've seen a little earlier. Luke was involved in that one. It was against Justin Hood that time, and he
140.
He still needed 2 enormous finishes to even get to this position.
141.
It's exceptional. It's absolutely exceptional. He could win it by breaking the throw with a 10-darter.
Spectacular.
135. Luke, you require 40. Game, shot,
And that,
and the match,
ladies
Luke Littler.
and gentlemen, is what all the fuss is about.
You're playing with a lot of freedom. It's this man under the pressure.
Game shot on the
and
fourth
he
leg.
responds.
Luke Littler.
And that's a 3rd consecutive ton plus out.
121.
Well, we're waiting for a pivotal moment in this match. Could this be it? Bullseye for Littler. In it goes. The 1-2-1 turns the game in his favour. The 16-year-old leads 3-1 and is making a powerful start at shootout on Champions Night. Well, he wants a bit of noise.
They asked, Littler delivered.
Do you know what that tells me? That both players there knew exactly the scenario in this match, because he waited until he was... Yeah, 11 bull. Bull. And he conducts the crowd.
Game.
The greatest throw-man. This prodigy, Luke Littler, showboating at the Super Series. Bullseye, 11, bullseye. 100% he's doing it.
63.
He's hit his last 4 darts at the bull. He's gone bull 11 bull, and now he wants 3 bulls. There's one of them. This is ridiculous. Oh!
Rubbish.
What's all the hype about? To finish the final on the bullseye after his exploits earlier this evening. He's going to get better than that too. A double 14.
And the Super Series champion.
The leading light. The Super Series. It's sweet success for the 16-year-old who becomes the 3rd MODUS Super Series champion. A family affair, emotion for the young man, but Luke Littler, well, he's a deserving champion, isn't he?
The champion of the MODUS Super Series in Series 3 is the Luke Littler!
.27. See if this goes first. I like that.
Game on the second leg. Luke Littler.
Maturity from Luke Littler, the 1-2-7 in game.
Yourself, it's more the team around you that can keep you in the best possible way. Oh, this is absolutely excellent. Double 10 for
on the third leg.
to put Luke Littler 2-1 in front. And just when the game needed a little bit of a spark, Luke has dropped a nuke.
Luke Littler 170.
For sure.
Another. Leaves the bullseye. Oh, it's absolutely marvellous from Luke Littler.
Luke Littler.
But almost expected.
No.
There we go. That's why he gets the big bucks.
180.
You take each game as they come, but there's such a huge gap in terms of their numbers just this evening. Never mind going over historical stats. But the flip of the coin may be that he feels like he's under no pressure because there's no expectation.
What about now?
On the first leg.
Thus allowing him.
180.
He'll stay there.
170.
Series champion. Seals his
Game
spot at
shot and
finals
the
night
match.
once again.
Luke
Luke Littler
Littler.
needed one victory and he's got it. 19s for starters. Nails it. And now the bull
Game
nails
shot
it.
on the fourth
3-1.
leg.
Luke Littler does
Luke
get his
Littler.
little moment of glory.
Probably just wanting this to be over.
Yeah, he's just walked into something very, and you can just see how it's just that little bit of, it's just that measurement, isn't it? He's measured and he's taking just that little bit of extra caution.
135.
He's not throwing any darts away. He knows where every one of these is going. And here we go again.
180.
This is sensational from Luke Littler.
140. Look,
Barton's
require
come back with a
45.
140, but with this 45, oh, he's finally missed something. It's double 16, but he didn't miss for long. What an amazing, amazing final
Super
win
Series champion
from Luke Littler. A 4-0 win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, one more time, your Week 8 champion, Luke Littler!
If you look at his record in qualifying for Champions Week, it's rather impressive.
180.
And the only person I can think of who reminds me of Steve West is Josh Payne last year, who had this ridiculous record of qualifying for Saturday
99.
night every time he
Luke,
came
you
here.
require
Yeah,
82.
Matt Clark, another one.
Game shot in the
Just a
second leg. Luke Littler.
Casual little 11 dart hole.
Luke require 111.
Bull. 11.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Luke Littler.
What more can be said? That is classic. Or should I say, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, about a 16-year-old boy.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to
That's
throw
vintage
first.
Luke
Game
Littler.
on.
He's not far away from qualification. He's one dart away. And that was it. We've got our first non-Saturday checkout of the week. And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch to Sugar Reese Robinson.
Second leg, it's
That
Luke
means
to throw
that Littler
first.
goes through
Game on.
with Colin Osborne, and Robinson now, all he can do is smile because he might be on the end of a real shellacking here. The mood that Littler's
I've got to
in.
remember, all the players watch this. They'll be fully aware of, oh, hello, Tops. They'll be fully aware of what he's capable of.
Game shot.
He is bringing these fans to their feet. They've both got 100% on doubles in this match so far. It's double five. And Luke Littler is still the MODUS Super Series champion. He won it in Series 3, and he's now successfully defended it against the most successful competitor he could have been put up against here in the final.
Gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Yeah, sometimes you've got to watch what you say on the balcony, Murph. We've all been there. But this is an old Dutch clash, and we've seen plenty of battles like that this week between the likes of Merckx and Patrick van den Bogaard.
First leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
But we have seen the likes of Mandigas and Patrick eliminated. We're about to see a fast-flinging game. Will it be as quick as yesterday? Because 6 minutes 51 seconds. So Klassen win by 4 legs to 0 yesterday. That is the last thing that Alexander wants tonight.
It's interesting you say things about, well, now the players will know because they've heard me play on the balcony. I walk to the toilet, I can hear Chris Murphy on the balcony, which is further away than the stage is. However, when I played in this, I didn't hear a single word of what was said up there.
Interesting.
130.
I don't think we're going to get much time to mull over things in this game.
83.
They
Alexander
both got a
151.
maximum in the first leg of this match. But Alexander has taken it in 11 darts.
Alexander Merckx.
And he's broken it in a minute. 59 seconds.
Second leg, Alexander to throw first. Game
Remember
on.
that TV show when they used to go around and cut open the storage lockers and sell it all on auction?
Storage Wars.
I feel like we're going to have to
137.
commentate like the auctioneer used to. Remember when he's like, bid number 3, bid number 4, bid number 5.
100.
And don't forget to pay the lady.
100.
I feel like that's how we're going to have to commentate on this game because this is potentially going to break yesterday's record.
This isn't an auction, this is darts, but yes, it is quick. Every time someone hits a double,
100.
we're going to have to say, yep. And if they
137.
miss,
Alexander require 164.
you say no. But he might not miss.
121.
This is a really good blitz from Alexander the Great.
83. Alexander require 43.
This is exactly what he needed, even though he's missed a single.
27. LA require 121.
51 for Bull. Not found.
58.
And as the
Alexander
seconds
require
tick
16.
by, Jordan Brooks's participation in
On the second
Saturday
leg,
is wilting
Alexander Merckx.
like cold spinach in a hot pan with butter on top.
Third leg yellow to throw first. Game on.
One more leg, and Alexander will join Klassen
55.
in Saturday night. And if that is the case, it would be Littler, Białecki, Ward,
135.
Bolton, Klassen, Merckx. 4 weekly champions
58.
from previous series in the same finals night. And the only 2 that haven't got them are Białecki, who's got a perfect record in making Saturdays here, against Ward, who was only on his way on the comeback.
190.
In the time it took you to tell us who could potentially be playing on Saturday night,
90.
we're nearly at the end of the leg.
I'll just be quiet.
41.
Well, he's left to
Alexander
finish.
require
Look on the bright side,
142.
Yella.
50. Yellow require 167.
Is he going to find it?
99.
It looks like
Alexander
he's using
require
the same
92.
equipment as the previous 2 games.
Game shot
There
the
it
third
is,
leg,
then.
Alexander Merckx.
It's all sewn up. Whether he knows it or not, he's back on Saturdays.
Fourth leg, Alexander to throw first.
They both
Game on.
are. What a great performance this has been from Alexander. He's thrown 42 darts
96.
for a 3-0 lead. It's fast becoming the performance of the week.
And let me just rewind.
140.
About half an hour ago, you said if it comes down to that last game, Alexander Merckx will perform because he performs best in this
136.
situation.
Well, there you go.
55.
I've seen it enough times. He has the tendency, when the urgency button is pressed, to go a little bit crackers.
85.
This is performance of the week so far.
121.
And in the context of what it means, just makes it even more impressive.
64.
64 off to leave a Shanghai 120. And here's what's weird. If he hits this, he will beat Klaassen quicker than Klaassen beat him yesterday. Double top.
80. Yellow requires
In fact,
51.
had he hit that, he would have broken 5.5 minutes.